that the others didn't. My friends at Income Store have shown both households and businesses how to build second, third, and even fourth revenue streams for the express purpose of gaining control of time. When it comes to helping folks create their next revenue model, both Forbes and Inc. recommend Income Store as a can't miss. Could your household or business use an additional revenue model that doesn't solely depend on you? If so, you need to check out IncomeStore.com. That's IncomeStore.com.
What's happening? What does it mean? Why is it important? We've got the answer. AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago.
Boeing is under the microscope. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. The Transportation Secretary wants answers.
Elaine Chao is asking the department's Inspector General to audit the FAA's certification of the Boeing 737 MAX 8. The aircraft has been grounded by the FAA following 2 deadly crashes of the MAX 8 in less than 5 months.
That's Fox's Jared Halpern. One of those crashes was in Indonesia in October. Bloomberg reports on the flight the day before that Lion Air disaster. The same problem happened, the plane going up and then down. An off-duty pilot was on board, helped the crew figure out the problem and stabilize the plane. The next day, a different crew was unable to, and it crashed into the Java Sea. A sheriff's deputy shot dead last night in Washington State, and a Kittitas City police officer wounded when both crashed and chased a driver who refused to pull over, then opened fire.
The police officer has been airlifted to Harborview Medical Center in Seattle. That officer has a gunshot wound to the leg and is going to survive. The suspect was shot. That suspect is alive at the Kittitas Valley Hospital. That suspect was shot in the head.
That's David Rose with Fox affiliate Q13. They've buried the first victims of the 50 murdered in the 2 Christchurch, New Zealand mosques. Fox's Simon Owen monitoring live from London.
Dave, hundreds of people attending the first funerals. Among those buried, Khalid Mustafa and his 15-year-old son Hamza, who came to New Zealand as refugees escaping Syria's civil war. Their deaths referenced at a news briefing by New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern.
And I cannot tell you how gutting it is to know that a family came here for safety and for refuge. And they should have been safe here.
6 victims were buried today, with more expected during the week. Dave?
Simon, flooding persists across the Midwest. Still could get worse. Nebraska, Iowa, several states have communities and farmland underwater. At least 3 people died. This is Fox News.
Skies are fair this morning and will stay that way for much of the day until the afternoon, when there is a little bit of light rain in your forecast and a shower in spots overnight coming up as well. And south of I-80, some of that rain could be heavy. 5:02 is our time on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mike Scott. The man accused of killing a McHenry County Sheriff's deputy earlier this month is due in a Rockford federal courtroom today. Floyd Brown was indicted yesterday on 1 count of murder, the killing of Deputy Jacob Keltner. Authorities say Keltner was serving with a U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force when Brown shot him at a Rockford hotel. The Illinois Supreme Court is rejecting requests to resentence Jason Van Dyke for the killing of Laquan McDonald in 2014 in a stinging rebuke of State Attorney General Kwame Raoul and Kane County State's Attorney Joseph McMahon. The court deciding not to review the former Chicago police officer's sentence. The ex-cop receiving 81 months behind bars after being convicted of 1 count of second-degree murder and 16 counts of aggravated battery. More allegations are surfacing against R&B singer R. Kelly. Sun-Times reports Chicago police investigated a claim of criminal sexual assault against Kelly that dates back to 2008. However, no charges will be filed because the statute of limitations for prosecuting the allegation has expired. Candidate for Chicago Mayor Tony Preckwinkle's campaign isn't running television commercials just 2 weeks before the April 2nd runoff election.
We're making strategic decisions to put us in the best place to win this campaign.
The decision has raised major questions about whether her campaign is running out of money. Her response came as she accepted an endorsement from Congressman Danny Davis and other leaders on the West Side. Meantime, the 2 candidates in the mayoral runoff laid out their solutions for combating street violence in the city. During a forum last night at Malcolm X College on the Near West Side, Tony Preckwinkle said the only way to address gun violence is to build relationships between police and the community. Former federal prosecutor Lori Lightfoot said police officers should be taught about the history of neighborhoods in which they work. Both believe racial inequity are at the heart of some of the violence. Charges are pending after a 2-year-old boy died on Chicago's South Side. Police say Jahir Gibbons was found hurt Monday night inside of his home near 60th and Prairie. The boy was pronounced dead at the scene, and an autopsy later found he died as a result of child abuse injuries. The death ruled a homicide, and 2 were arrested. Lawyers for victims of Catholic priest sex abuse are ready to share their list of nearly 400 accused priests. The list covers all 6 Illinois dioceses and is expected later today. Lawyers say it's the first time such a comprehensive list will be made public. The Archdiocese of Chicago, for instance, already says it's named accused priests. They're publicly known and is working now to make sure children are safe within the church. The head of the Chicago Police Union is accusing Cook County State's Attorney Kim Foxx of interfering in the investigation of actor Jussie Smollett. Kevin Graham has sent a letter to the Justice Department with his concerns. Foxx, you may recall, recused herself from that case. But Graham says that's not good enough and wants the feds to find out why she is not handling that case. The so-called serial stowaway will not be spending any more time behind bars for boarding a London-bound flight last year in Chicago without a ticket. Cook County judge sentenced Marilyn Hartman to 18 months probation after pleading guilty yesterday to a felony trespassing charge. She must continue her mental health treatment. A fiscal watchdog in Chicago says they cannot get Governor J.B. Pritzker's progressive income tax to add up. The Civic Federation yesterday issuing a report that says they cannot replicate the math and get $3.4 billion. The governor says that tax plan will produce for the state. The group says only 0.5% of taxpayers in Illinois would pay more under the scheme, but also says top earners will pay more than 40% of the taxes that Illinois would collect under that scheme. University of Illinois computer science professor Sheldon Jacobson has always loved data. For the past 7 years, he's had an NCAA men's tournament bracket simulator. And after getting plenty of requests, Jacobson has decided to put together one for the women's tournament. It's believed to be the first of its kind for the women's tournament to predict all 63 games. Jacobson started the men's simulator in 2012, and in its first year had over 500,000 visitors. College hoops last night, Loyola lost to Creighton in the opening round of the NIT, 70-61. Play-in basketball last night, NCAA tournament games, the play-in style, Fairleigh Dickinson and Belmont winners, and they move officially now into the field of 64. Bulls are set to take on the Wizards tonight at the United Center. Blackhawks welcome the Flyers to the UC tomorrow night. Cubs split a pair of split squad games, a win over the Mariners in Mesa, and a loss, while the Reds were 6-5 winners over the White Sox in Goodyear. Angels make a big commitment to outfielder Mike Trout. Multiple reports say the two sides are close to agreeing on a 12-year contract, $430 million. The news service of Credit Karma gets your truly free credit scores and free credit monitoring from Credit Karma today. Download the Credit Karma app now. Credit Karma, here's to progress. 5:09, and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Larry Elder. The Larry Elder Show.
Policies enacted by FDR account for, according to these researchers, 60% of the weak recovery. Without the policies, they contend that the Depression would have ended in 1936 instead of the year that the slump actually ended, 1943. Calling this the Green New Deal shows profound historical ignorance.
The Larry Elder Show. Weeknights at 7, right before Jay Sekulow at 9 on AM 560. The Answer.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
It's the buy one, get one free paint sale at Ace, our biggest paint sale of the year. Buy a gallon of our top paint brands like Valspar and Clark & Kensington and get the second free. And you know what else is free? Our help. With the Ace Extra Mile Promise, get everything you need to paint in one trip or deliveries free. Don't miss the buy one, get one free paint sale. Now through Monday, only at Ace. Limit 2, delivery subject to availability. Visit acehardware.com for more details.
Looking for ways to save with your Medicare plan? Walgreens is a preferred network pharmacy with many plans nationwide, which could mean lower copays for you. So bring your prescriptions to a Walgreens pharmacy today to start saving. Walgreens, trusted since 1901. Walgreens participates as a preferred network pharmacy with United Healthcare, Cigna HealthSpring, and Express Scripts Medicare. For a complete list of available plans, please contact 1-800-MEDICARE. TTY users should call 1-877-486-2048. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, or consult www.medicare.gov. Other pharmacies are available in our network.
Did you miss the open enrollment this year? I can help you purchase a PPO health insurance plan at any time that eliminates the mandatory maternity coverage. This is Tom Marabali, your health insurance advocate and independent producer for Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois and other carriers. If you're over 50 and are covered by the Affordable Care Act, you're paying for maternity coverage every month whether you want it or not. In Chicago, the least expensive PPO health insurance plan under the ACA will cost $572 per month with a total out-of-pocket cost of $7,900 before your bills are paid at 100%. I can show you how to eliminate the mandatory maternity coverage and lower your monthly premium to $278 per month with a total out-of-pocket cost of $2,500 before your bills are paid at 100%. That's a savings of $294 a month and over $5,000 with my lower deductible. For a free quote and to see if you qualify, call me, Tom Marabali, at 630-863-3477. That's 630-863-3477.
What does building a better bank look like? It starts with building Capital One cafes, warm, inviting places that feel nothing like a typical bank, where you can open an account with no fees or minimums in 5 minutes. And you'll always find people ready to help you, not sell you. Welcome to Banking Reimagined. What's in your wallet?
For consumers only. Offered by Capital One and a member FDIC. Cafes available in select locations. Copyright 2018 Capital One.
You might not be able to get a new car with your tax refund, but you can make your car feel like it's brand new. All it needs is a great paint job. Come in to Maaco today and get your dream paint job during their tax season sales event.
512 on AM 560, and that means it's time for a dry basement and a healthy home. Time to call Permaseal, 800-421-SEAL. And time to check the roads in the AM 560 Traffic Center with Al Verde.
Here's a look at traffic. In Elgin, Summit is shut down between St. John and Dundee because of an accident investigation. Downtown Chicago today, testing and maintenance work is scheduled to close the Monroe Street Bridge over the Chicago River from 9:30 this morning till 3:30 this afternoon. And in Lockport today, water main work is scheduled to reduce northbound State Street to a single lane from 15th to 13th until 8 this morning. On the Edens, we've got no delays either direction. Kennedy, Eisenhower wide open, same for 55, Stevenson, Dan Ryan, and all the area tolls and tolls in northwest Indiana moving at their posted speeds. That's traffic. I'm Al Verdi on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center and our meteorologist, Steve Williams.
Cloudy skies, a bit of rain this morning, and a shower by this afternoon as well, high 47. A shower in spots early this evening, otherwise cloudy tonight, low 34. For tomorrow, sunshine with a daytime high 48. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
In Chicago right now, we have 42 degrees and cloudy skies. Some light rain reported at Midway, 43. 40 this morning, and light rain in Aurora. Your next news update is at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Get Down to Business with Shalom Klein, the show for business and jobs powered by Tandem HR. Heard Sunday evenings at 6.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So Queen Sugar, Tony Preckwinkle, has conceded the mayor's race. I know the election is until April 2nd, but the race is over. And so, I don't know if you got an aldermanic race you got to turn out for in Chicago or want to, care to. Maybe you want to come out to vote against Preckwinkle just to make yourself feel a little bit better, like you put a nail in the coffin, the political coffin, as it were. But
she yanked her TV ads 2 weeks ahead of the mayoral election yesterday.
Yeah, that's why the race is over. That's a concession. SEIU has pulled funding. They've turned off the money spigot. This is over. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. Since the race is now effectively over, what is it you can't wait for Lori Lightfoot to do?
What's the first? Well, Lori Lightfoot, I texted her yesterday. She will come on the show tomorrow. So, well, I'm just saying she's going to come on. Well, she's going to be on the show. I don't know. What do I expect her to do? I want her to be different. I didn't want to reward Tony Preckwinkle for her bad behavior.
And so now you haven't. Now what are you going to get from Lori Lightfoot?
Well, I mean, but Tony Preckwinkle, she's not completely giving up. Do you think so? I mean, she said that's, what was her reasoning again, why she decided to pull her TV ads?
Because she's not going to win. And because SEIU, she is a wholly owned subsidiary of SEIU, the Purple People Beaters. And when they turn off the money spigot, she doesn't have any money, and that means the race is over. In fact, I mean,
not a very special Dan and Amy.
Lori Lightfoot has outraised her at this point. I mean, the consolidation of the established order behind Lori Lightfoot is unmistakable. So that's a fact.
She said, quote, because she was asked by Craig Wall over there at ABC7, why are you halting your commercial? She said, quote, we're making strategic decisions to put us in the best place to win this campaign. Her campaign, though, said that they might be back up soon, but of course that's dependent on funds. And if the money's not there, they're not going to run the ads.
Okay, let me just say this again. Let me translate that for you, just so we can move beyond that and get to Mayor Lori Lightfoot, where which we're going to be ushered into the Lightfoot era come the first week of May after she wins on April 2nd, going away. The spread will be bigger than the Rahm Chewy spread. I mean, we may get to 2-1 in this race. This is a blowout. This is over. SEIU has conceded defeat. That's her sponsor. She has conceded defeat. Now that we're beyond that and platitudes from politicians that mean the opposite of what they are saying, Lori Lightfoot, what can't you wait for her to do? You've been introduced to her. You've had 6 months to get hear what she has to say, get used to her. So what is it? Tom in Blue Island, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, Amy. I want to know where Lori Lightfoot is going to increase her supply of Joe Pesci suits from Goodfellas to wear on a daily basis.
All right.
Have a good day.
Thanks for the call,
Well, they
Tom.
both had bad wardrobe choices, I think. They both need, a stylist, but yeah.
They're like Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito and twins. It's like I'm looking into a mirror.
I know, it's bad. It's bad. Okay, 312-642-56. Well, no, I want her to not raise our property taxes, to try and do that. I want, if you look at your latest water bills, anybody seen that lately? Not the sewer tax, the garbage tax, the water tax, and by the way, just on a side note, in case anybody cares, they tested 252 homes. 17% of those homes they tested have signs of lead poisoning, of lead in the water. We're just like Flint, Michigan. So now you have to, guess what they're going to do, Dan? before they come and check your water, they're going to send you a little water pitcher with 6 free filters so that you and your children could be safe. It's a joke. So I wanted to straighten out that problem. And again, for me, property taxes is huge.
Well,
and police. I mean, let's try and lower, obviously the homicide rate. If that's going to happen, she needs to hire more police officers.
Well, there's things that I would want her to do too, but that's not the question. What you want her to do, because she's not going to do any of those things. The question is, from what she said she's going to do, what can't you wait for her to do? You don't get to hope that Lori Lightfoot turns into Milton Friedman. No, that's not how it works. You get to sit back and enjoy what Lori Lightfoot and the trained seals on the city council, a tenth of which at minimum are self-avowed socialists, are actually going to do. So, because I know this is going to be reported as a clean break from the past and a historic election. Okay. And then what? Then what do you got? Because what Lori Lightfoot said she's going to do, as far as I can discern to this point, is eat the rich, legalize dope and send the dopes to casinos, Marshall Plan for the minority neighborhoods to keep them segregated and dependent to the extent that you can scrape together a few shekels to even underwrite some sort of half-assed Marshall Plan, a moratorium on charter schools, to politically handcuff police. Remember, she's the Police Review Board proponent, and publicly fund artists through a hotel tax. So of the actual choices you have,
that's not a...
The actual choices, what can't you wait for Lori Lightfoot
I
to
hope
do?
she was doing that to placate to the artists out there so that they would vote for her and she wouldn't see that one through.
Right. So
I mean, honestly, I just thought it would be a campaign promise and that might just go away.
Right. She's going to lie to us in the campaign so she can tell us the truth when she gets elected.
Well,
we've never seen that
the first time. That hasn't happened. Yeah, that happens all the time.
Well, the first part does. When do we get the truth upon election? What's an example of that? Marty in Naperville.
Well, my question was, what was Lori Lightfoot, what has she said she's going to do? Great show, by the way. Dan, you answered that question. But I'll say this. You talk about lowering property tax. How is anyone going to lower property taxes in the city of Chicago? How is that possible with the money that's owed, et cetera, et cetera?
No, I said I don't want her to raise my property taxes. I'm not expecting anybody in the world to lower our property taxes.
How can she not raise the property taxes?
Well,
she's got to find different forms of revenue, like casinos, like medical marijuana, and then marijuana.
Smoking dope and smoking dope and putting casinos everywhere. That's going to answer everything.
Mm-hmm.
Just like that $1 billion baby in Illinois says. All we need is dope money and casino money, and we're going to be in Oz again. So, anyway, great show.
Thanks for the call, Marty. Maybe legalize prostitution too. She's actually proposed.
Didn't propose that, but I mean, you never know.
She's proposed graduating property taxes according to market value of home.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. So when the celebration comes and Ding Dong Queen Sugar's dead and everybody's jumping around and celebrating, hooray! All the lakefront liberals. Look at how progressive we are. Look at how enlightened we are. We led the battle to elect the first black lesbian mayor of Chicago.
And don't forget she's a mom, too, because she came out with a new ad yesterday because her daughter was upset that she wasn't in any TV ads.
I'm Lori Lightfoot, and I'm running for mayor for our daughter's future and all Chicago's children. That's why nothing will distract me from bringing real change to Chicago by breaking the grip of Ed Burke and the corrupt political machine. Focusing on public safety in every neighborhood, investing in our local schools, and making sure families can afford to stay in the city. The politics of the past haven't served us.
It's time to bring in the light.
Time to bring in the light. Okay, what are we going to shine it on? She's got a cute kid, and Preckwinkle has a 37-year-old son with a history of domestic violence. So I get that that's a problem, too. Tony doesn't have that to lean on. By the way, the police and fire, too, that are supporting Lightfoot, I get it. The lesser of two, I get it. But some of what's happening with the Lightfoot thing is hilarious. So the police and fire, particularly police supporting Lightfoot because Preckwinkle because Kim Fox because Chicago police. Okay, I get it. I can do that math. But one of the other reasons I'm hearing is because the police and fire think Lori Lightfoot is going to protect their pensions. The level of delusion here. By not having a plan to address the unfunded pension liabilities in the police and fire pensions, police and fire are deluding themselves into believing that Lori Lightfoot is going to protect the pensions. Not having a plan is the same thing as saving the pensions. Okay. All right. Well, you guys have your party, and, I'll check back in 6 months and see how things are going when we see what Bring in the Light translates into in terms of public policy. Tony on the South Side.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Amy, my lammy lamb, of course.
Hi,
hey, listen, I don't know where to begin with this because this is great, right? So Grady is getting her up and coming, so she's not going to be the mayor. Bonus. Okay, I'll say that. I should mention, too, when I say Tony from the South Side, I should say Tony from the former South Side. I have left the city a while ago. I'm further south. But nonetheless, what I would like to see Mrs. Lightfoot do is I'd like to see her start drafting the articles for secession from Illinois. I would love that. I mean, I'll even get involved with that crap. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
All right, guys, have a good one.
Thanks, Tony. I don't think you're going to get that. Ed in Oak Brook.
Yeah, Dan, I think you answered all three of these, but one, I'd like to see her pull Ed Burke's bodyguards, or whatever they're called, and put them in the most dangerous part of the city. Two, I'd like to see her change the police uniform where they have to wear lipstick and wear a dress. And third, just burn the city to the ground because that's where it's going to go.
Okay. All right. The Pegleg Sullivan. Sure. We're looking for Lori Lightfoot to recreate Pegleg Sullivan's contribution to the city. There you go. There's the optimism imbued in the body politic, thinking about a Lightfoot mayoralty.
Who attacks the sunrise? Who attacks the sunrise? And a sunset too. And a sunset too. And then turn around and say we need more revenue. Preckwinkle would. Preckwinkle would. Oh, Tony P. would. Tony P. thinks just a few more taxes and it will all be good.
If you're talking about it, Dan and Amy are talking about it. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
On April 5th, don't miss The Best of Enemies, starring Academy Award nominee Taraji P. Henson.
I play Ann Atwater, a civil rights activist who was able to approach hate with love.
And Academy Award winner Sam Rockwell.
All the better is you don't get in my way.
Well, I'm going to get in your way.
If you change one heart, you can change the world.
I have a Bible.
And then you ought to know, same God made you, made me.
The Best of Enemies, based on the untold true story. Rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13. In theaters April 5th.
Hey, one of the most frustrating aspects of running a business today is dealing with technology. And it's wonderful when it's working, but what about when it's not? IT, networks, computers, you just want to run your business. And hiring an IT department is out of the question, or is it? Listen up, for only $795 a month, you can eliminate the hassle of IT and computer issues with Turnkey IT. It'll be like having your own in-house IT department, but better. Turnkey makes it happen. They make it secure. They make it smart. You'll be set up for success and not have to deal with all the technical issues that can overwhelm a business. Turnkey becomes your IT department and help with all your daily IT issues. So have Turnkey.pro do a complimentary network audit of your systems, even if you have a current IT company, so you know where you stand with technology. Hey, leave the technical stuff to the pros so you can focus on the important things. Visit Turnkey.pro. That's Turnkey.pro.
Famous conservative quotes, presented by Automated Systems.
Quoting the words of Thomas Sowell, socialism in general has a record of failure so blatant that only an intellectual could ignore or evade it.
Manufacturing companies, I encourage you to call my friend Laz Kulchar from Automated Systems. Automated Systems is a software and systems integration company that specializes in companies that are required to meet FDA compliance requirements. Automated Systems will create a custom solution for your business that will make your production lines, facilities, and plants run more efficiently. Imagine less downtime, more speed, and fewer rejects. From Fortune 500 to startup, ASI delivers solutions for your toughest automation challenges. For information, I encourage you to talk to Laz at Automated Systems. Call 844-HIRE-ASI or visit hireasi.com. That's 844-HIRE-ASI, 844-HIRE-ASI, or online at hireasi.com.
Hey, it's March, and for many of us, that means allergy season, and our friends over at Balance of Nature have an incredible Madness in March discount that you'll want to take advantage of. We'll talk about that in a few seconds, but first, I've got to tell you about Balance of Nature. Think of it this way, 10 servings of fruits and veggies in a single capsule, because we all know how important getting our daily dose of fruits and veggies is, especially when it comes to staying healthy this spring. You know, this is our last winter morning. So don't wait until you start feeling sick to take Balance of Nature. Boost your immune system now, especially with springtime allergies. Get Balance of Nature today. Now, I've spent time with Dr. Douglas Howard, as you know and have heard. He's the founder and creator of Balance of Nature. Showed me the emails, played the voicemails from real people who are taking Balance of Nature, and they're feeling better. They're happier. They're living healthier lives. They're nice people. And that can be you, too. And today only, when you go to balanceofnature.com, use promo code AmyJ3. Oh, I see what we're doing here. AMY, the letter J, the number 3, all one word. And you'll receive 15% off any first preferred order of Balance of Nature. Again, use promo code AmyJ3, all one word, when you visit balanceofnature.com or simply call 800-246-8751.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Will it be a happy ending for Patriots owner Bob Kraft at 5:38?
And later, that doomed Lion Air jet, well, the day before, it almost got into a horrific accident. We'll explain. But first, let's get into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Some light rain in the area, 39 degrees. Multi-tank fire blazing at a petrochemical plant near Houston, finally extinguished after burning for nearly 3 days. The blaze at Intercontinental Terminals began late Sunday morning, ultimately spread to 10 tanks. A small town in central Washington mourning for a sheriff's deputy killed in a shootout after a traffic stop last night. It happened in the town of Kittitas. Authorities in the town about 2 hours southeast of Seattle say the deputy and the suspect were killed. U.S. Border Patrol agents this morning in Detroit say they're making more arrests than ever before at the Canadian border. Border Patrol agents arrested more than 1,900 in the 2018 fiscal year. That's an 80% jump. President Trump says people are starving and dying in the streets of Venezuela.
What's happening there is a disgrace. This was one of the wealthiest countries in the world. And all of a sudden, it's grief-stricken, poverty-stricken.
Hosting Brazil's president at the White House, President Trump says tougher sanctions could be imposed on the government of President Nicolas Maduro. U.S. and Brazil recognize opposition leader Juan Guaido. Word is coming soon on whether or not another former Virginia governor will make a run for president. Democrat Terry McAuliffe saying during a visit to South Carolina he'll make an official announcement in 2 weeks. I see you laughing in there, Dan. Man accused of killing a McHenry County sheriff's deputy earlier this month is due in federal court today. Floyd Brown was indicted yesterday on one count of murder in the killing of Deputy Jacob Keltner. The Illinois Supreme Court rejecting a request to resentence Jason Van Dyke for the killing of Laquan McDonald in 2014. The head of the Chicago Police Union is accusing Cook County State's Attorney Kim Foxx of interfering in the investigation of actor Jussie Smollett. Kevin Graham sent that letter to the Justice Department with his concerns. And you remember the famous pictures? Ohio's Cuyahoga River on fire. Apparently fish caught in the Cuyahoga River are now being deemed safe to eat for the first time in decades. The EPA lifting a consumption ban yesterday, 50 years after that river near Cleveland infamously caught fire. EPA officials credit years of hard work by local, state, and federal officials to clean up that river through water quality and then sewer improvements. Loyola lost to Creighton in the opening round of the NIT, 70-61 in college hoops. Fairleigh Dickinson and Belmont move into the Field of 64. Fairleigh Dickinson coming back to beat Prairie View A&M. Belmont top Temple 80-71. Bulls are set to play the Wizards tonight at the United Center, and the Cubs are hosting the Dodgers. 5:34. We'll have a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Do you own or run a thriving business in the Chicagoland area? Have you overcome obstacles to make your business what it is today? If that's your business, then AM 560 wants to tell your story on the AM 560 Business Tour, presented by Signature Bank. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson will be broadcasting live from businesses all around Chicagoland, telling success stories of thriving, successful businesses. Hey, if that's you, tell us about it. Visit 560theanswer.com/business and submit your information. That's 560theanswer.com/business.
Here's a deal from Sprint that you won't want to miss. Right now, when you switch to Sprint, we'll give you $50 on a prepaid MasterCard for each new phone you lease. The card is issued by MetaBank, member FDIC. Just register for the card online and you're good to go. That's right, $50 for each new phone you lease when you bring your number to Sprint. And when you get a new iPhone, you get an incredible new iPad for $99, plus a $100 prepaid MasterCard. And don't miss all the other great deals you'll find waiting for you. Visit a Sprint store this weekend only for sizzling Sprint Saturday deals. Cards require 60 days of service before card ships. iPad 6th Gen 32GB $417 per month after $15 monthly credit for 24 months. Credit applied within 2 bills. Requires new line on qualifying plan. If you cancel early, remaining balance due. Taxes due at sale. Offer not available everywhere, subject to credit and $30 activation fee. Restrictions apply.
If your company has a 401k plan, you should know that in 2017 alone, the Department of Labor assessed damages of over $682 million against more than 65% of the business 401k plans it investigated. This represents an average monetary demand from the officers of over $600,000, excluding legal costs and time answering to the federal government. For a limited time, the accredited investment fiduciaries of Clear Financial Strategies are offering AM 560 listeners a fiduciary review of their business 401k plan. Don't be a victim of potential neglect by your current providers. For the greatly reduced price of $250, owners and officers can have peace of mind knowing the level of fiduciary compliance of their plan. Call now to take advantage of this limited time, no obligation offer. For your company's fiduciary review, call 855-972-9564. That's 855-972-9564, or visit clearfinancialstrategies.com.
Check out Ground Game, the latest podcast from the Associated Press discussing the top political issues around the country. Available on Apple Podcasts.
5:37. Let's get an update on the roads at the AM 560 Traffic Center. In for Jim, here's Al.
Here's a look at traffic. In Elgin, Summit is shut down between St. John and Dundee because of an accident investigation. In Bedford Park, vehicle fire on Central south of 73rd. Lockport today, water main work is scheduled to reduce northbound State Street to a single lane from 15th to 13th until 8 this morning. In downtown Chicago, testing and maintenance work is scheduled to close the Monroe Street Bridge over the Chicago River from 9:30 this morning till 3:30 this afternoon. Inbound Stevenson slows a little bit between Cicero and Kedzie, 37 in from 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Dan Ryan in tight from Roosevelt to the Circle, 16 in from 95th. That's traffic. I'm Al Verdi on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, and your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center. Little morning rain followed by a little heavier rain in the afternoon. Shower in spots, we'll call it, high 47. Currently 42. Next news coming up at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Revealed with Randy Barcella, Sunday mornings starting at 8.
When you've got questions, he always has an answer. It's Sean Hannity this afternoon at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Well, Bob Kraft may get off.
Hey. It might be a happy ending for him after all.
That's right. Prosecutors in Florida
offering to drop charges in exchange for something that may be difficult for Bob Kraft to do, a public shaming.
Mm-hmm. He'd have to plead guilty to the offense, and then they would drop the charges.
Admit that he would have been proven guilty.
Because they said anybody that has videotaped evidence, and we have evidence that can prove your guilt, if you just come forward and plead guilty, charges will be dropped. But he'd still have to attend 100 or STD. He'd have to be checked for an STD. Gross. He'd have to go to this, learning about a human trafficking class, and then 100 hours of community service. But no time in jail, and nothing would be on his record.
I think he should have to allow his attendance at that educational course about prostitution, to be live streamed.
Because he's not facing one charge; he's facing 2 charges. Remember, he went to see his lady friend, flew on his private jet to the NFC Championship game, then flew back.
AFC,
excuse me, and then flew back and saw her again. So it's not 1 count; it's 2 counts. So he'd have to pay $10,000 fine too.
That's a pretty stiff fine.
312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line, 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment. What would you do? I mean, Dan, if you were Robert Kraft, they have video of you coming and going. They have video of you in the room.
Literally.
Performing the dirty deed, not once but twice, and you're going to deny that's you on the tape? Because he pled not guilty and asked for a bench trial in the case last month.
I'd call Johnny Cochran, but he's not alive. So then what would be my second choice?
Michael Avenatti, or what's his? No, I'd want free of Stormy Daniels.
I'd want a good lawyer.
There you go. Or a real lawyer?
You need good lawyers when you're facing charges and overwhelming evidence against you, as it would appear Bob Kraft is. Again, this is in the context of this sting involving a human trafficking ring. So it's not just like a one-off act that they got Bob Kraft with his pants down. So it's a little bit more serious than that, and Bob Kraft should be ashamed of himself if he did what he's alleged to do, and he did.
He did.
He
but
did.
Again,
and these others too, by the way, the other big time CEO, Wall Street financier types have the same deal. Boy, for Kraft, it is a bit of a sticky wicket because
sticky. I don't like moist, sticky.
Well, not unlike Orchids of Asia is a bit of a sticky wicket, as I understand it. Here's the thing: it's not the fine or even the public shaming here. It's then what sanctions his bête noire, the NFL commissioner Roger Goodell, would impose on him once he effectively pleads guilty to this. He would face more public shaming and probably, at minimum, some separation time from the Patriots next year, right?
Do you think they would, though? I mean, in this era of Me Too, they'd have to do something.
Well, don't forget, Roger Goodell and Kraft are rivals. I mean, they sparred about Deflategate. They sparred about Spygate. See, the NFL doesn't like when the Patriots cheat. They don't not like it a lot, but they don't not like it enough that it angered Kraft. And so this has been a back and forth between Goodell and Kraft for a while. And then when Jerry Jones made a play on Kraft after the Ray Rice stuff, when Jerry Jones made a play on Goodell after the Ray Rice stuff, then Kraft was trying to foment the discord to oust Goodell as well. It's sort of amazing this guy Goodell has this kind of power over all these owners. But anyway, he does, and it puts Kraft in a precarious position for his real interest, which is the Patriots.
Part of me wants this just to go away. Honestly, it just is such a gross, disgusting story that
I want Tom Brady to be asked about it.
Oh, really?
Why not?
Okay, Tom. Yeah, Tom. Do you think Kraft will accept the deal or fight the charge in court? Tom Brady, answer the question, please.
No, I mean, what do you think about the charges? What do you think about what Bob Kraft is accused of? What did Giselle tell you to say? We want to hear what Giselle has to say, so that's why we're asking you.
Yeah.
So Belichick.
So gross. Oh.
The other owners. What do the McCaskies have to say about this? Seriously, I mean, we are so. I don't know why we're so reticent. Well, I do know why, but public shaming is an important way to modify behavior. He should be ashamed of himself for what he did. It's disgusting.
Why do we have to do it? He's a billionaire. It's just so stupid.
Why do he have to? He doesn't. Nobody has to do anything. They
Well,
do it because
guilty pleasure. What, for power, for stress relief?
the question is: do you want to see Bob Kraft publicly shamed, or do you want to see him just, take his lumps? He.
That wasn't me in the video. It's like the R. Kelly thing all over again.
Good luck with that. But the prospect is, okay, so he served his sentence, he fulfilled his punishment, so let him just get back to a team. No big deal. Other people do it. The moral relativist favorite argument.
I heard somebody argue too. Oh, it's legal in Vegas in Clark County. So
was he in Clark County?
No, that's the thing. That's what I told him. He wasn't in Clark County.
So fine. So make your argument that he is a prisoner of an unjust system.
Well,
and what the remedy for all of this, the opportunity here, is to argue for the legalization of prostitution. I've asked people to make the case. Can't get anybody to do it. And I know there are people who believe it. I know there's the libertarians and the libertines, and I repeat myself, out there who support the legalization of prostitution.
But that only would increase human trafficking.
And all the central planners who see us only as revenue streams support it. So make the case. You make the case for legalization of prostitution, and this is like the Soviet Union, and Bob Kraft is in a gulag. It's terrible. Or you can make the case that he should just cop to it and walk away, and we should leave him alone. Or you should make the case that I'm making, which is maximum public shaming. Okay. And I think probably he has to fight this if I'm Bob Kraft, because you have to be able to walk away somewhat scot-free. You have to towel yourself off and be able to walk away.
Stop it. I mean, each session was 17 minutes and then 11 minutes. It's so goofy, but I think about those
Thank you
women.
for those details.
Well, that's part of the complaint, but
that's part
I
of
think
that's
of
part
those
of the
women.
complaint. The
No, they talk about
duration.
it. Yeah, when he entered the establishment and when he left. Oh yeah.
Well, I know it's the details, but it's not part of the charges.
No, but I'm just
Why
saying
is that
when they were
important to
detailing
you?
the charges against him, I was reading it and went, that is just. I mean,
Are
he
you-
didn't even get a massage, Dan. He paid for an hour-long massage, and he was gone in 17 minutes.
Not every one of
Okay.
us has the stamina for an hour-long massage.
But then think what we do have to do, and Giselle should think of this too. The women who were enslaved. I mean, they lived there. They ate food on the back porch. They had no transportation to leave and live a normal life.
Well,
they were sex slaves.
The libertarian and the libertine would say, well, that's because it's illegal. It's a black market activity. You legalize it. You bring these girls out of the shadows into the legal economy, and all is right with the world. That's the libertarian and libertine argument, and I'm not going to give the counter argument because I want somebody else to make it.
Okay, 312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line.
Patty on the Northwest Side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Mhm.
I do understand it is, he should get into some trouble. I'm not trying to be funny here or anything, but when Amy was explaining about the tape and stuff like that, and he went to the same woman twice, he hugged her before it started and he hugged her after.
Ladies are into details.
He's a gentleman, that guy.
We want to know how this went down, if you know what I mean.
Does cuddling get any kind of leniency?
What about spooning?
It's
He's a lonely man. He
So
just
great.
wanted to spoon and watch beaches.
Do you think he was the big spoon or the little spoon, Patty?
No, I don't want to think about that.
All right, thanks for the call, Patty. So Patty is against Bob Kraft doing hard time.
Oh. But I mean, can you imagine him like 100 hours of community service? What would that look like? Him cleaning up garbage on the side of the road in Jupiter, Florida?
I don't know.
Spending time with kids?
Work in the front desk at Orchids of Asia.
He could be a receptionist. He could be on towel duty.
Dennis.
Somebody's got to fold the towels.
And wash them. Dennis in Crystal Lake.
Hello, Dan. Hello, Amy.
Yes, Dennis. I'll
Dan,
be interested
by
in
the
your
end-
comments on this.
By the end of the day, since you're buying at White Palace, I can talk you into legalizing prostitution. First thing you need to do is get Troy McClure.
Yes, a
he'll
cartoon lawyer. Yes.
Yes.
I moved
and,
for
no,
that
actually-
court thingy.
Yeah,
you
that's-
mean a mistrial? Yeah. That's why
Yeah.
you're the
And the
judge
last
and I'm the
two
law
things is-
talking guy.
Well, hold on.
The lawyer.
Hold on.
Right.
Hold on.
The last two
Hold
things
on, hold
is
on, hold on. That's Lionel Hutz. Troy McClure does the corporate videos, but okay. Go ahead, Dennis.
last two things is Now, does the prosecution got approved Climax, and they also have prostate massages?
Do
So
they?
that
those
wouldn't
legal,
have been
Dennis?
seen.
Dennis, are those
yes,
legal?
they are very legal.
Sure.
I get them all the time. I feel good.
That doesn't surprise me. What is the going rate for a prostate massage?
It depends how many minutes you go. 17 minutes for him probably would have cost them about $55.
And I assume how many fingers you use. Thanks for the call, Dennis.
You know what? Now I have a good idea for what I should get you guys for Christmas.
A couple's day spa, me and Dennis? Dennis and I are going to do a day of beauty at whatever White Palace is. Oh,
Yeah,
my
whatever
goodness.
Ooh,
okay. I really don't want to know. Larry on 290.
Hello.
Hey, Larry.
Hi. I've got a one sentence that can fix this argument.
Mm-hmm.
My body, my choice.
Okay.
I'm surprised you haven't heard it yet.
Yeah, no, I have Gloria Steinem, but Larry.
No, I'm not for it. I'm not saying I'm for it, but I'm surprised there hasn't been an argument yet.
Yeah, right. Yeah, thanks for the call, Larry. Yeah, that's the libertarian argument. You broke it down into one sentence, so that's right. So somebody wants to respond to that. I don't know. It's interesting. Nobody really does. Dave in Racine.
Greetings. Here's a thought. Wondering how long did the state of Florida know about this human trafficking ring, and why didn't they shut it? Did they leave it running and not shutting it down between the time they knew about it and they nabbed Robert Kraft? And so wouldn't the state of Florida be complicit in knowing about a criminal activity, and they were just using it as a revenue stream?
Well, yeah, I don't know. You know, if you're doing massive stings and you're trying to get principals, you don't just rush in and pick up the Johns, do you? So, I don't know about that. But I get your point. You're worried that Florida may be involved in premature incarceration.
You know, this conversation has changed my mind. Now I want him to do max. He should go to jail, and he should lose his job.
Wow. All right. You want him to do a hard time.
Yeah.
Bruno in Naperville.
You know, I work with somebody whose wife actually works in one of those places, and she's not trafficked, that's for sure. I wonder whether or not the women in that place really were trafficked.
Well,
some of them were and some of them weren't. But again, some of them had to sleep there on those massage tables.
Wait a second. Bruno, not to plumb the depths here, but so
I'm serious.
Your friend's wife is like she works as a legitimate masseuse, like at the Ritz-Carlton.
No,
she's a prostitute.
No. Yeah, she works at one of those places.
The Asian
but
massage
my point
parlors.
is,
just say it.
Right. My point is,
Does your friend knows that his wife is a prostitute?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I'm not passing judgment.
Of course not.
It's a strange situation. It's a strange situation. But my point is, she's certainly not trafficked.
Yeah, no,
it's a consensual thing.
Does she make good money?
I have no idea.
Sure.
You haven't gotten that far in the conversation
she makes
with your
enough
friend?
money. She makes no, not really. I'm not a real friend. I work with them.
All right, but you were saying she makes enough money to what?
She makes enough money to make it worth her while to do it.
Well, sure. She's doing it voluntarily, right?
Probably tax-free.
And if you don't break bread with them or go to the beach with them on the weekends,
maybe not. Maybe go out to dinner.
Yeah, well, that's breaking bread.
No, I mean, I work with him. He's a colleague.
How do you know? Does he talk about it?
Yeah.
And he's excited about having a little bit of extra income in the household, is he? Or what?
I don't know. I think I don't really know.
Yeah. All right.
For sure.
Have fun at work today.
All right. Thanks, Bruno.
Ask him what he thinks about what Robert Kraft should do.
Hire his wife. Tom in Deer Park.
All the money in the
Good
world.
morning. I will make the libertarian argument. This isn't the Catholic session, right? No, this is the libertarian session right now.
Well,
right,
it is for you. Yeah.
Okay. The libertarian argument. The exchange of goods between two people where no one is being injured.
That's an important phrase, but go ahead.
Okay. So if you want to break away the human trafficking part, which is an enslavement of people, or someone who wants to sell their services, no different than a plumber, electrician, an attorney or a talk radio host. It's the exchange of goods. And if both parties are willing to exchange, then who's getting hurt?
Thank you, Tom, for comparing Amy and me to prostitutes.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Jim was a 48-year-old husband, father, and business owner. He understood the importance of life insurance to protect his family and business. Jim knew what happened with no life insurance. His own father died, leaving a wife and children with no financial resources. Jim vowed to have enough coverage. He purchased a life insurance policy from NCSF. When Jim lost his life in a tragic car accident, his family grieved. But Jim had planned, and his family and business were financially secure because of life insurance through NCSF. NCSF is a not-for-profit company that provides life insurance and member benefits that commercial carriers do not. Jim was secure in knowing he would provide his family with financial security. He also chose NCSF because of their commitment to give back to communities through philanthropic work. For Jim, NCSF membership was a great fit. Protecting your life matters to NCSF, and it should matter to you. Life insurance can make the road ahead easier for those you leave behind. Visit ncsf.com to learn about their life and annuity products and member benefits. Visit ncsf.com today.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
It's the buy one, get one free paint sale at Ace, our biggest paint sale of the year. Buy a gallon of our top paint brands like Valspar and Clark & Kensington and get the second free. And you know what else is free? Our help. With the Ace Extra Mile Promise, get everything you need to paint in one trip or deliveries free. Don't miss the buy one, get one free paint sale. Now through Monday, only at Ace. Limit 2, delivery subject to availability. Visit acehardware.com for more details.
Looking for ways to save with your Medicare plan? Walgreens is a preferred network pharmacy with many plans nationwide, which could mean lower copays for you. So bring your prescriptions to a Walgreens pharmacy today to start saving. Walgreens, trusted since 1901. Walgreens participates as a preferred network pharmacy with United Healthcare, Cigna HealthSpring, and Express Scripts Medicare. For a complete list of available plans, please contact 1-800-MEDICARE. TTY users should call 1-877-486-2048. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, or consult www.medicare.gov. Other pharmacies are available in our network.
What would you be willing to spend to make an often frustrating aspect of your business run smoothly, perfect, hassle-free? Yep, talking about IT, networks, computers. Sure, it would be great to hire an entire IT department, but that would be expensive. There's salaries, benefits, space for new employees, equipment. Nope, not gonna happen. Or could it? For only $7.95 a month, you can make your IT issue a thing of the past with Turnkey IT. Just like your own in-house IT department, but better. Turnkey makes it happen. They make it secure, and they make it smart. You'll be set up for success and in front of the many technical issues that can overwhelm a business. Turnkey becomes your IT department and help with all your daily IT issues, plus preventative steps to keep your business going. Have Turnkey do a complimentary network audit of your systems, even if you have a current IT company, so you know where you stand with your technology.
Leave the technical stuff to the pros, so you can focus on the important things. Visit turnkey.pro today. Turnkey.pro.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare contracts, and in the process started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. I guarantee if we can't cancel your timeshare contract, you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit, 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
Hi, Barry Sterner, founder of your #1 home mortgage company, Townstone Financial. You asked for it and we brought it back. We once again can offer a 1% down payment program and you only need a 620 credit score to qualify. That means you don't need a lot of money or perfect credit to buy a house. Restrictions apply. Second, do you want to purchase a home but have too much student loan debt? Then listen closely. We have a non-occupying co-borrow program that allows a parent or a friend to co-sign the mortgage with you, which lets us use their income to help you qualify for a home purchase. It doesn't matter if you're searching for a jumbo mortgage, FHA, VA, or even a reverse mortgage. I guarantee nobody's going to beat Townstone's interest rates and low closing costs, and I own the company. So give us a call now at 312-896-2110. Remember, nobody values your home purchase and refinance business more than Townstone. That's 312-896-2110, or go to townstone.com.
Townstone Financial is licensed in Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida. NMLS 136639. www.nmlsconsumerAccess.org. Equal housing lender.
AM 560, The Answer.
You know what? I'm going to ring up Signature Bank, get them on the blower, see if we can do a remote from Bruno Naperville's place of business. That sounds like a colorful workplace.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 6:06, the natives are getting restless, and not just in the direction of Chief Warren.
But first, let's head straight into that newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Preckwinkle pulling television campaign ads. The Supreme Court of the state rejects a bid to resentence Jason Van Dyke. Bulls will host the Wizards later tonight. Loyola loses to Creighton. WIND Chicago News Time is 6 o'clock.
Joe Biden is almost ready to put his running shoes on. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. The former vice president reportedly very close to entering the 2020 Democratic race. Fox's John Decker live at the White House.
The Wall Street Journal reports former Vice President Biden told at least half a dozen supporters he intends to soon launch his White House bid, and he's asked for their help in lining up contributions from major donors so he can quickly raise several $1 million. Once he gets in the race, Biden, according to most public opinion polls, will be the early frontrunner for the Democratic nomination. Biden, who's 76, was criticized by President Trump on Monday, calling him on Twitter another low IQ individual. Dave?
John, the FAA is under scrutiny. The Transportation Secretary wants the Inspector General to audit the certification of those Boeing 737 MAX 8 jets now grounded after two similar deadly crashes in 5 months. Reuters reports the cockpit voice recorder from the Lion Air crash in October reveals the pilots were scouring a handbook, trying to figure out why the plane kept lurching up and down after takeoff and ran out of time and crashed into the Java Sea. An attempted traffic stop turned deadly last night in Washington State.
In the Kittitas County area, where the driver led officers inside the city limits and then stopped and got out. According to Sheriff Gene Dana, there was a shootout with a sheriff's deputy and a Kittitas City police officer. Both of those officers were hit. The deputy died at Kittitas Valley Hospital.
That's David Rose with Fox affiliate Q13. He says the gunman was also shot in the head and is in a hospital. A days-long nightmare is over in Deer Park, Texas, near Houston. Fires burning at a chemical and fuel storage facility finally extinguished early this morning. Authorities maintain air quality far from hazardous. In the Midwest, flooding persists.
The American people are going to stand with people across Nebraska, across Iowa, across all of the 8 states.
Vice President Pence toured some of the devastation flying over communities and farms underwater. At least 3 people have died. This is Fox News.
42 degrees. Skies are cloudy and there are a few light rain showers out there this morning. 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer, and good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Man accused of killing a McHenry County Sheriff's deputy earlier this month is due in a Rockford federal courtroom today. Floyd Brown was indicted yesterday on 1 count of murder in the killing of Deputy Jacob Keltner. The Illinois Supreme Court rejecting a request to resentence Jason Van Dyke for the killing of Laquan McDonald in 2014. In a sharp rebuke to State Attorney General Kwame Raoul, the court last night is declining to review the police officer's sentence. The ex-cop received 81 months behind bars after being convicted on 1 count of second-degree murder and 16 counts of aggravated battery. Candidate for Chicago Mayor Tony Preckwinkle's campaign has pulled television commercials 2 weeks before the April 2nd runoff.
We're making strategic decisions to put us in the best place to win this campaign.
Her response came as she accepted an endorsement from Congressman Danny Davis and a few other leaders on Chicago's West Side. Chicago Symphony Orchestra musicians are in their 2nd week of a strike, and an August dedication is planned for a statue of famed science fiction writer Ray Bradbury in his hometown of Waukegan. The work has already begun on that statue, and fundraising efforts are in the final stretch. The 12-foot-tall statue will feature the late author on a rocket ship holding a book. Bradbury was born in Waukegan in 1920, died in 2012. He authored hundreds of works, including Fahrenheit 451 and The Martian Chronicles. By the way, the Ray Bradbury Statue Committee is still $20,000 short of the $125,000 cost. College hoops, Loyola lost to Creighton in the opening round of the NIT. Wins in the play-in games in the NCAA tournament, Fairleigh Dickinson and Belmont. Bulls are set to take on the Wizards later on tonight at the United Center. Cubs host the Dodgers in spring baseball, while the Sox will tackle the D-backs. The news, a service of Maaco. You might not be able to get a new car with your tax refund, but you can make your car feel like it's brand new. All it needs is a great paint job. Come into Maaco today and get your dream paint job during their tax season sales event. 6:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager finds substance in Trump.
The elites love form. They love you to sound sophisticated in the NPR way, a certain monotone which betrays little emotion. As my wife put it, Obama had form without substance. This president has substance without form.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
It's the buy one, get one free paint sale at Ace, our biggest paint sale of the year. Buy a gallon of our top paint brands like Valspar and Clark & Kensington and get the second free. And you know what else is free? Our help. With the Ace Extra Mile Promise, get everything you need to paint in one trip or deliveries free. Don't miss the buy one, get one free paint sale. Now through Monday, only at Ace. Limit 2, delivery subject to availability. Visit acehardware.com for more details.
Looking for ways to save with your Medicare plan? Walgreens is a preferred network pharmacy with many plans nationwide, which could mean lower copays for you. So bring your prescriptions to a Walgreens pharmacy today to start saving. Walgreens, trusted since 1901. Walgreens participates as a preferred network pharmacy with United Healthcare, Cigna HealthSpring, and Express Scripts Medicare. For a complete list of available plans, please contact 1-800-MEDICARE. TTY users should call 1-877-486-2048. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, or consult www.medicare.gov. Other pharmacies are available in our network.
All money managers might seem the same, but while some give their clients cookie-cutter portfolios, Fisher Investments tailors portfolios to your goals and needs. Some only call when they have something to sell. Fisher calls regularly, so you stay informed. And while some advisors are happy to earn commissions whether you do well or not, Fisher Investments fees are structured so we do better when you do better. In other words, we're on your side. Maybe that's why most of our clients come from other money managers. So if you're in or nearing retirement, talk with us and find out why investors are switching to and staying with Fisher Investments. Fisher Investments. Clearly better money management. Investments in securities involve the risk of loss. Visit us at FisherInvestments.com to find out what we can do for you.
Get your truly free credit scores and free credit monitoring from Credit Karma today. Download the Credit Karma app now. Credit Karma. Here's to progress.
It is 6:07. Let's get an update on the roads in the AM 560 Traffic Center with Al Verde.
Here's a look at traffic. On 80 westbound, a jam up from LaGrange to before Wolf Road, where a rollover is on the right shoulder, and that's involving injuries. In Elgin, Summit is shut down between St. John and Dundee because of an accident investigation. On the Edens, no delays right now. Kennedy inbound 22 O'Hare to downtown, outbound is fine. On the Eisenhower, 33 in from 390 to the Circle and half hour back out. Stevenson in is 43 from 355 to Lakeshore Drive. No outbound delays. Dan Ryan inbound, that's pretty heavy from the Stevenson to the Burns Circle. 24 in from 95th to downtown. Express lanes slow down at 31st. That's traffic. I'm Al Verdi on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, and your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center and our meteorologist, Steve Williams.
Clouds and a bit of rain this morning, followed by a shower in spots this afternoon, the high 47. A shower early this evening, otherwise cloudy tonight, low 34. Sunny day tomorrow with a daytime high 48. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Some light rain crossing the area, 41. Next news at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Make sure to check out the Income Store live video stream of today's show right now at 560theanswer.com.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. So, taken collectively, the Dem socialist POTUS wannabes back these unconstitutional gambits. Nationalization of industries, Bernie, Reparation H.
How's his head wound doing, by the way?
It's on the mend. Reparations, Bernie, Reparation H, Chief Warren, Booker.
Klobuchar.
All of them.
All of them.
Elimination of the Electoral College. That's been Chief Warren's, the drum that she's been banging the last couple of days.
Oh, and you want to hear it? Last night she was on a roll.
A wealth tax, also Chief Warren. And infanticide. So that all of those unconstitutional gambits backed by the Dem socialist POTUS wannabes. Yet Trump exercises his constitutional veto power, and he's the tyrant. I'm having a difficult time making sense of that reality, at least in terms of how it's covered by the D.C. press corps. And the criticism from the right of those senators and House members who have the same interpretation of the National Emergencies Act as does William Barr, the Attorney General of the United States, and many other legal scholars, Jonathan Turley, George Washington University law professor. I know there's disagreement, but it's substantive disagreement. There's nothing tyrannical or there's nothing that resembles an authoritarian impulse about it. The real issue is not debating that. The real issue is debating how effective President Trump has been on actually improving the situation at the border, President Trump and Republicans. And I know the 2 years of control of Congress is now by the boards, but they have to accept responsibility for what didn't happen during those 2 years and what's happening now. And I say that because this news out yesterday that despite Trump announcing previously that he was trading out catch and release for catch and detain, the system's overwhelmed. The Trump administration plans to start pulling back on its catch and detain policy. Starting this week, hundreds of families caught each day in the area of the Texas Rio Grande Valley are being released by Border Patrol agents instead of being handed over to ICE.
Oh, that's a problem. That's a big problem because they're going to keep trying to come in.
Yeah.
And use whatever means necessary to get into this country.
ICE's 3 family detention centers in the area can hold several thousand people at a time. Families with children can spend up to 20 days in them under current law. Under the new policy, some families will be processed by Border Patrol and then released in order to show up later to start their deportation or asylum cases. Well, as you know, when they're released in order to show up,
they don't show up.
And they're released into this country,
right,
to be clear. Right.
17% show up for their court cases. The rest go get on a Greyhound bus or take a train or to go see their loved ones and start a new life.
So, yes.
And then the left gets mad when ICE goes to try and find them.
Well, again, they do more than get mad. In most of the places controlled by the left, they don't cooperate with ICE, sanctuary cities and states. So, how is Trump doing 2+ years into his administration on really his central promise as a presidential candidate. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line, and it gets worse. It gets worse than that. Data obtained by the Immigration Reform Law Institute via FOIA request. 644,000 illegal immigrants remaining in our country who've already been served final deportation orders. That's just from the top 4 countries of origin, which are El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Mexico. There are another roughly 1.1 million from those 4 countries who have pending final orders, that's quote-unquote, term of art, and are close to receiving deportation orders. So 645,000 have been served final deportation orders. Another 1.1 million are a breath away from that, and they're still here. 1.7 million people who have been identified and their cases adjudicated are still here. So why hasn't ICE been empowered and resourced to process them out of this country? Or are we just going to concede that we're not going to have any sort of legal system when it comes to immigration? It's going to be completely ad hoc. I mean, this is on Trump's watch. And I know he's putting in the fight now, and since Pelosi became the speaker. I mean, before that, but it was in cycle when nothing was going to happen. And now, of course, Democrat control of the House makes it exponentially more difficult. But ultimately, he's the president, and if things at the border and the problems of illegal immigration continue, then should he be held to account? Or is he exempt because he's Trump?
312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line, 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment.
Because it is just unbelievably frustrating, at least for me, to continue to read these stories every day. We could do an installment of stories like these every day. Border Patrol catches 2 deported sex offenders crossing into Arizona. U.S. Border Patrol agents, yesterday. One man, 35-year-old from Honduras, convicted of child molestation in Louisiana in 2011. Another 46-year-old is a 2-time convicted felon, deported for his crimes in California, convicted in 1993 for assault with a firearm, and again in 1998 for lascivious acts with a minor under the age of 14. 2 sex offenders coming back in, and thank goodness for Border Patrol agents, even though they're under-resourced and ICE under-resources and underappreciated, they're doing the best they can without the backing of the political leadership. It's very much like what we talk about in places like Chicago, where law enforcement doesn't have the backing of civilian authorities. But I got to tell you, it doesn't feel like much progress is being made on this issue, even at the baseline. And Trump is not focused enough on where improvements can be made, where he can hold the Democrat socialists to account. Everybody agrees. First order of business, removing people who are violent criminals in this country illegally. But that's not happening.
It's not even happening at our northern border. One of the busiest crossings, Ambassador Bridge from Windsor to Detroit. Mike was just talking about it.
Yeah.
They seized 25 pounds of Xanax and fentanyl that could have killed 85,000 people.
Right.
That's getting into our schools. It's getting into the streets. They're selling it. I mean, that's
Trump
a problem too.
He talks about criminals coming into this country when he talked about it when he issued his veto on Friday. And he's right to talk about it. It's got to be tip of the spear. It's got to be focused. It's got to be push all of the other pablum aside. Stop dancing on John McCain's grave, no matter how correct you are on the merits. Stop worrying about some aide who was kicked off of Facebook temporarily, and focus your attention on relentlessly making this case to the American public to put the Democrat socialists in God's little acre, east of the Rock and west of the Hard Place. By the way, Hard Place is one of Bob Kraft's favorite places as well.
Hey-o.
And advance the flag before you stand for re-election. Because it doesn't feel to me, and the data bears it out, the reality on the ground, on the border, bears it out, that much progress has been made. So this, like, and just focusing on the nutty statements of the Dem socialists, Robert Francis Frost O'Rourke wanting to tear down the walls in his district.
Come on.
In El Paso, the existing barriers at the border. Fine.
There would be a stampede if that happens, and he knows that, so shame on him.
Kristen Gillibrand.
God's sake, he grew up there.
Kristen Gillibrand, senator from New York, at her town hall on MSNBC the other night. This is her riff on border security.
What he has done on the border is inhumane and intolerable. He is separating families, children from parents, mothers from babies, and locking up people in facilities that are run by for-profit prison companies. It's an outrage. I would get rid of all of that. That should not be under ICE. It should not be under Homeland Security. Immigration is not a security issue. It is an economic and a humanitarian and a family issue. So
immigration is not a security issue.
This is why she's polling at literally 0 in the state of Iowa, by the way.
This is an attitude that's shared among the Democrat socialists. I mean, she's just voicing what she's repeating back what other people have told her.
Yep.
But here's the point. The reason I raised that and what Beto said. That's not good enough. Pointing out the insanity of statements by Beto and Gillibrand and the rest is not good enough. You're the President of the United States. You have control of one chamber, and you had control of both for half your first term. There has to be a substantive assessment of what has or has not been accomplished. And as we do a little bit of a stop, look, and listen past the midpoint, I'm not particularly pleased. Are you? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro, answer line. Jody in Gurnee, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. This makes me so angry. I literally can't even watch the news when the insanity of the left keeps spewing. Are you telling me that there isn't an executive order that President Trump can enact that would stop the poll, make it so people can't get jobs, people can't get assistance? I mean, isn't that the poll why they're coming here?
Yes.
Well, he did issue an executive order.
Thanks for the call, Jody.
Would he do that?
To say you're not entitled to welfare benefits. He needs to start exercising the and testing the boundaries of the executive's constitutional boundaries of the executive's authority in this space. And he starts leveraging the bully pulpit in a more focused way. Yeah, I mean, yesterday he got a Supreme Court victory. Oh, by the way, Supreme Court yesterday endorsing the government's authority to detain immigrants awaiting deportation anytime, potentially even years, after they have completed prison terms for criminal convictions. Okay. I mean, that's, not exactly groundbreaking stuff, but it was a 5-4 decision. I'm sorry to report. Yes, they should be processed out of the country. There's unanimity. Not even the open borders crowd is, of course, taking the position that violent criminals who are here illegally should be allowed to stay. So why aren't we just singularly prosecuting that case, at least to deal with what has already been agreed upon, as is the case, or adjudicated, as is the case with these 650,000 people in this country illegally from those top 4 countries of origin that have been identified through a simple FOIA request. I mean, come on. Vince in St. Charles.
Good morning, guys. Dan, you call them the political class. I call them the protected class. The politicians just don't care enough about the American voter. They're protected. They live a different lifestyle. They're protected. They get the life insurance. They get the lifelong pensions. They live behind wall. I mean, they just don't. They're not in reality. They just don't care enough. If they sit with us and they talk to the common folk, then maybe they would get what the open borders and illegal immigration does to the country. But I just think they don't understand it enough, just as much about all I could say. That's what I think.
Thanks for the call, Vince. Now, the flip side, DOD has identified $13 billion in possible funding it could use to fulfill Trump's call for border barriers. California has more than $700 million in unused Army, Navy, military construction funds. Hawaii, more than $400 million. More than $200 million in similar funding. Maine, New York, North Carolina, Guam, Germany, Gitmo. Of course, Jack Reed, the senator from Rhode Island, Democrat. Be careful. Be aware. Trump is coming for your military base funding. Well, it's unused. And it should be repurposed, since we're talking about national security here, in both instances, military bases as well as border security, should be used
for something.
Marginal dollar, highest best use. How about that concept? But Trump has to make the case. I mean, again, scripted national address, campaign rallies specifically on this topic. Get focused, Mr. President. Greg in Schaumburg.
He has been. Dan, he has been. You know, the problem, your argument is coming down on the illegals that are criminals. From listening to everything that you just said, if I strip out the noise that's always going to be a part of Trump, you know, I mean, that's going to be henceforth. You're basically saying there's agreement on everything that people have done illegal if they are a criminal. I don't agree with that. There is the whole administrative structure that needs to support that, i.e. Rahm and these people are just not behind him. So therefore, he's doing the next best thing he's done. He's taken it to the point of an executive order, and he had 12 Republicans bail out on him.
Yeah, it's not,
the Republicans.
The 12 Republicans didn't matter, and which is why he didn't make a big thing about it, and he shouldn't have. Go ahead, vote your way, whatever. You're not going to override my veto. This is about getting things done. It's about substance.
Dan,
the other thing here is he has not been focused on this, and I'm not saying there's substantive agreement, but I'm saying that the rhetorical position of the socialists is agreement on the topic. So leverage that. And I don't think he's effectively leveraged it.
But the administrative part is not. That's the problem.
It's already been these cases have been adjudicated. You don't need Rahm's help. 650,000 people have final deportation orders.
Send in the National Guard and do it?
This is why we have federal agencies under the Department of Homeland Security. So use the resource. I don't care if it's not going to happen all at once. It's going to happen overnight, although that would be preferable. Yes, methodically work down that 645,000 number. That's not too. If that's too much to ask for the federal government, then why do we have a federal government? If that's too much to ask for President Trump, then why do we elect him?
I agree. Then.
Thanks for the call, Greg. Bob in Waukegan.
Yeah, I'd like to know, is there any way that President Trump could call John Roberts over there at the Supreme Court and get a hearing on this as fast as possible, because it is a national emergency. You know, common sense is not very common in the conservative ranks, and it's non-existent with the frickin' leftist Democrats. So is there any way that he could, send something over and ask the Supreme Court to get it done? Because if he doesn't, they're going to send it to the Ninth Circus, and we're going to be dancing on the head of a pin for the next 20 years.
Thanks for the call, Bob. Yeah, it's the national emergency piece of this will ultimately end up before the High Court, unless they decide not to take it. You can't just call John Roberts and say, "Hey, John, can you pick this up?"
Do me a solid, man.
It doesn't quite work that way. But I agree with the frustration there, and there is a process to this, and there should be a process. You got 3 co-equal branches of government. But there are things the president could be doing. There is focus he could be devoting to this that he is not doing effectively. And here's the thing. If you want President Trump to be reelected, you should be focused on trying to drive his focus here and other politicians' focus here you'd like to see reelected, because they're going to be held to account for what was or was not accomplished on this score.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
On April 5th, don't miss The Best of Enemies, starring Academy Award nominee Taraji P. Henson.
I play Ann Atwater, a civil rights activist who was able to approach hate with love.
And Academy Award winner Sam Rockwell.
All the better is you don't get in my way.
Well, I'm gonna get in your way.
If you change one heart, you can change the world.
I had a revival.
And you ought to know, same God made you, made me.
The Best of Enemies, based on the untold true story. Rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13. In theaters April 5th.
I'm not making this up. I don't know if you heard this story, but a woman in China, a 51-year-old woman, wanted to get enough fruits and veggies. She injected fruit juice into her veins in an effort to get healthy, and that caused heart, kidney, and liver damage. And so dialysis was used to clear the juice out of her bloodstream, and her condition improved after 5 days. But she didn't need to do that. All she could have done to get enough fruits and vegetables was to take Balance of Nature. It's 10 servings of fruits and veggies from 31 different fruits and vegetables. They compress it into a capsule. There's no dyes. There's no preservatives. And you should start taking Balance of Nature to boost your immune system right now and get healthy. I've spent time with Dr. Douglas Howard, the founder and creator of Balance of Nature. He showed me the emails, played the voicemails from real people who are taking Balance of Nature and living better and healthier and happier lives. And that can be you too. And today only, when you go to balanceofnature.com, use the promo code AmyJ3, A-M-Y, the letter J, the number 3, all one word, and you will receive 15% off any first preferred order of Balance of Nature. Promo code AmyJ3, all one word, when you visit balanceofnature.com or call 800-246-8751. That's 800-246-8751. Or online at balanceofnature.com. Promo code AmyJ3.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
March Madness kicks off officially tomorrow morning. And so we renew our debate. Has your opinion changed? Have you considered it? Should college athletes be paid at 6:36?
And Loyola's out in the first round of the NIT. Plus, the sentence stands for Jason Van Dyke, and both of your mayoral candidates react. But first, let's head into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
42 and some light rain showers crossing the area. Customs and Border Protection officials say this morning they're going to begin releasing some migrant families near the southern border. CPB officials saying the agency is being forced to release migrant families because detention centers are full. A small town in central Washington is in mourning today after a sheriff's deputy was killed during a traffic stop. Authorities in Kittitas say deputies and police tried to curb a vehicle, but the driver continued to pull away. The driver eventually stopped and got into a shootout with police. Much of Nebraska is under a declared state of emergency as record deadly flooding has crippled the region, prompting a visit from Vice President Mike Pence.
Our message is this: we're with you, and the American people are going to stand with people across Nebraska, across Iowa, across all of the 8 states that have been impacted by this severe weather and this flooding.
This morning, Mississippi Governor Phil Bryant says he'll sign legislation headed to his desk that will ban abortions in that state upon detection of a fetal heartbeat. A huge fire at a petrochemical plant near Houston finally doused after burning for nearly 3 days. The man accused of killing a McHenry County Sheriff's deputy earlier this month is due in a Rockford federal courtroom today. Floyd Brown was indicted yesterday on 1 count of murder in the killing of Deputy Jacob Keltner. Candidate for mayor, Chicago Mayor Tony Preckwinkle's campaign has pulled television commercials 2 weeks before the April 2nd runoff election. The decision is raising questions about whether her campaign has run out of money. And the so-called serial stowaway will not be spending any time behind bars for boarding a London-bound flight last year in Chicago without a ticket. Cook County judge sentencing Marilyn Hartman to 18 months of probation after she pled guilty yesterday to a felony trespassing charge. Loyola lost to Creighton in the opening round of the NIT, 70-61 last night. Fairleigh Dickinson and Belmont move on into the field of 64 after yesterday's NCAA play-in games. The news, a service of Credit Karma. Get your truly free credit scores and free credit monitoring from Credit Karma today. Download the Credit Karma app now. Credit Karma, here's to progress. 6:33 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
We've all been there, looking for a parking spot when it's freezing and icy outside. The icy pavement of this pothole-filled parking lot is a nightmare. Oh, there's a spot. Wait, oh no, you're sliding. Watch out for that pothole. Your tire just blew out. The kids are crying and you're never coming back here again. Business owners and property managers, avoid frustrating your customers with a less than perfect parking lot. Pavement Solutions can offer you a safer and longer lasting pothole repair with permanent cold mix asphalt. It's an immediate solution and 90% of potholes patched will never need to be repaired again. Call Pavement Solutions today and learn how they can fix your lot in a day without closing it. In fact, as customers drive over the patch, it gets stronger. Don't put your customers or your business at risk with annoying potholes. Give your customers the experience they deserve. Call Pavement Solutions for a free quote. 815-675-0696. 815-675-0696.
Protect your firearms and valuables with the best money can buy. A Liberty Safe from Maxon Shooter Supplies and LibertySafeChicago.com. Maxon, your local Liberty dealer, stocks the complete line of Liberty safes and accessories. Not in stock? You can customize, configure, and order online at LibertySafeChicago.com. Pick it up at Maxon or have it delivered and professionally installed. Right now, Liberty is offering 0% financing for qualified customers. And through March 28th, Liberty's Centurion 24 is on sale for $749, and the popular Fat Boy Jr. is $500 off. Owning a Liberty Safe has never been so easy. For over 25 years, millions of American homes have trusted their 100% made in the U.S. Liberty Safes to protect their guns, keep them out of the reach of children, and protect their valuables from theft and fire. Liberty stands behind every safe with a lifetime warranty. If anyone tries to break into your Liberty Safe, they'll repair or replace it for free. Choose your Liberty Safe in person at Maxon Shooter Supplies and Displays, or shop online and view details at LibertySafeChicago.com.
Hi, I'm attorney Stephen Leahy, and I help business owners, 1099 employees, and those with unfiled tax returns solve their IRS problems. And I'm also the host of the IRS Radio Hour.
And I'm Jim Leahy, the co-host of the IRS Radio Hour, heard right here every Sunday evening at 5 on AM 560.
The Answer. I know you want a local attorney you can look in the eye and hold accountable for solving your IRS problem, not some big box outfit without a Chicago connection. So today we have a special offer, a good night's sleep.
A good night's sleep? Are you trying to give away a pillow?
Great guess, Jim. But no, I want to help people solve the problems that are keeping them up at night. If you fear the IRS will take away your money, freeze your bank account, garnish your wages, visit your home or job, and now they can take away your passport, you need to hire me to solve your IRS problem for good.
Call attorney Stephen Leahy, your Chicago IRS answer man, at 312-664-6649, 312-664-6649, and get the IRS out of your business and your life for good.
It is 6:37. Let's get an update on the roads in the AM 560 Traffic Center. In for Jim, here's Al.
Here's a look at traffic. 80 westbound is stopped up between Harlem and Wolf Road, where a rollover accident involving injuries has the two right lanes blocked. On the Edens inbound, it's a 22-minute trip to Montrose and just 20 back out to Lake Cook. Kennedy Inn is half an hour to downtown, 26 back out to O'Hare. The Eisenhower into the Circle, 44 minutes, 31 on the return trip. Stevenson Inn, that's 49-minute ride, and 35 back out to 355. 55 northbound, that jams up between Weber and Route 53. Dan Ryan in 34 from 95th to downtown, and to get back down to 95th, no delays now. That's traffic. I'm Al Verdi on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center. Morning rain, followed by an afternoon shower in spots, high 47. We'll have rain overnight, mainly cloudy skies, and a low of 34. Currently, it is 42. Your next news update is at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Money Hour radio show, Saturday afternoons at 3 on AM 560, The Answer. Brought to you by Pearshell Financial Group.
They got the beat, the campus beat, the campus beat. Yeah, the campus beat.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We've got very different angles to take at Campus Beat. This latest installment one, we've got the question that Dickie V has raised again. It's been re-raised. Should superstar college athletes, and just college athletes generally, be paid during their time playing basketball, say, the guys that you're going to watch playing in March Madness starting tomorrow in the NCAA tournament?
Aren't you so excited? Did you fill out your brackets yet?
Not yet. I'll get to it today.
Well, how many different pools are you going to be in?
Half a dozen or so.
Half a dozen, all right.
Dick Vitale to you.
We used to call Jeff Moe the best sixth man in the country.
Well, that's when Jeff Moe was the best sixth man in the country,
right.
Which is a long time ago.
Oh, it is a long time ago. But they made it, to the Sweet 16 and then the Elite Eight back in the day. But anywho.
Fascinating.
Well, I have Iowa winning
basketball
the South.
history.
Well, I have Iowa winning the South bracket, just in case
You'll be the only one in the country. He, in an interview with Esquire magazine, Dick Vitale, celebrating 40 years at ESPN, says, take a look at Zion. Talking about Zion Williamson at Duke, of course. He'll be the number one pick. Why shouldn't he play and get paid? It's a cesspool. Guys hustling kids, hustling dollars. Let me tell you this. We can solve that in a heartbeat. A kid like Zion, let him be allowed to get those dollars. He can make appearances. He can endorse a product. We got a tournament going on, and everyone's making millions. Let those kids be able to benefit. It eliminates all that dirty stuff that goes on behind the scenes, and it's there, let's face it. You've got coaches getting fired for taking bribes or to make believe and lie in an application that the kid's an athlete. It's a cesspool, and it's just ridiculous and absurd. He also believes the NBA's age limit, you have to be at least 19, preventing players from going right from high school to the NBA, should also be rescinded. And by the NBA is taking a look at that. But what about that? Do you want the athletes at U of I, football team, basketball team, not that they deserve to get paid the way that they play, but do you want them to be paid?
Coach. Yeah.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. And, what should they be paid? How do you establish a market rate?
Well, I don't think they should be paid because they are being paid. Their room and board is being paid for. Their books are being paid for. They're making six figures because they're getting a free ride. So in essence, I feel as if they're already being paid for their talents, and they shouldn't get anything else on top of that.
Well, there's sort of a process argument to make, like an implementation argument. So for Zion Williamson, since Dickie V brought him up, so Duke's like $65,000, let's say. Mm-hmm. So you'd have to pay Zion Williamson $100,000 a year for him to get the $65,000 a year he's getting in the free ride, right? Because if you start paying athletes an income, a salary, that's income, then they have tax liability, unless you're going to exempt them from tax liability as well. Or you're going to include the scholarship, so you'd actually be paying them like free ride plus $100,000. I mean, obviously, could Duke afford it? Of course they could. They could afford to pay exponentially more than that, multiple of that, seven figures.
Millions they make off of television contracts. And so one publication interviewed a basketball player from a top 25 program. He wanted to remain anonymous, but they wanted to find out, what's your typical day? Gets up at 9 a.m., there's mandatory team breakfast. From 10 to 1, they go to class. From 1:30 to 2, film session. 2 to 4, organized practice. 4 to 4:45, individualized practice, shooting drills, etc. 5 to 6, shower and team dinner. Then they're free to do what they want to do after that. Possibly study, which they hope that they're studying. But that is a long day.
So
Monday through
kids,
Friday, and then on weekends they go and play.
There are kids that work their way through college
right.
and have a long day too because they're paying their way. So
Team,
the
they
long
get
day
a film
is
session, morning lift. It starts at 7 a.m. and ends at 9:15 at night.
what is the long day doesn't have anything to do with it. The question is, should they get a piece of the action they're generating?
Right.
There's a lot of student athletes that have long days too. They're not in a revenue generating sport. Nobody's paying attention. It costs. It doesn't generate revenue. Should they get paid as well? I mean, I just want to understand what the regime is. I mean, it's easy to say millions, billions of dollars are being made by colleges, universities from college bowl games and the NCAA tournament. So let's just pay everybody. Okay, well, give me. Nobody really has at least that I've seen has put it together as something specific that contemplates any of these questions. It's just sort of a throwaway line. I'm with the kids. It's unfortunate that they're not cut in on the action. So, hey, everybody who's generating that kind of revenue should get a piece of the action above and beyond the free ride. Interesting counter-argument that was made. This is a couple years old, but it's timeless because this debate rages on. It's by a law professor writing in the New Yorker, Ikao Yenka, why athletes shouldn't be paid. He takes the position that, look, there's exploitation that goes on. And what Vitale said about backroom dealing, and we've just seen coaches and some shoe company agents convicted of illegalities recently. So it's true. Yenka, the law professor, writes, the athletes in major football and men's basketball programs disproportionately black, many from poor and educationally disadvantaged backgrounds. For too many of them, the NCAA is the only game in town. In some dispiriting cases, the students are so unprepared that academic failure seems inevitable. In worse cases still, their scholarships are cynically undermined by the schools themselves. Coaches steer students into empty classes. The shadow curriculum scandal at North Carolina is a good example of that. Or supply so-called academic support that is basically cheating. True. All true. And he goes on to say, and yet I believe that the drive to pay college athletes is a grave mistake. Not because it misdiagnoses the disease, but because it suggests the only cure is to put the patient out of his misery. It fails, first of all, to recognize the value of sports as part of an education. The value can be seen in the countless student athletes, from gymnasts to softball players, who pour hours of work into training and competing with no hope of going pro. And of course, 98% or 90% plus of the players you're going to see in the NCAA tournament aren't going pro either.
Right.
And they put in those hours of work as well, the kids that aren't going pro. The value is revealed, writes Yenka, in the fact that many NCAA teams are vastly more popular than their professional counterparts. That's true. My beloved Michigan Wolverines pack the big house with more than 100,000 spectators each Saturday. The Detroit Lions, meanwhile, do not.
Exactly.
It's true.
Yeah, they're the number one game in the state of Michigan. Who cares about the Lions?
And
Sorry, Mike.
And his point is that the connection to athletes, amateur athletes at the collegiate level, is deeper. These same student athletes walk the same halls, have the same professors, sweat the same midterms that we did. At U of I, where I once taught, the inscription on the statue of the alma mater reads, to thy happy children of the future, those of the past send greetings. It's easy to dismiss that sentiment as saccharine, but it gets to an important truth. We are embedded in our cultures and social groups, and we revel in their excellence. Paying student athletes erodes that association. If a high school football prodigy reported that he chose Michigan not for its academic quality, tradition, or beautiful campus, but because it outbid all of his other suitors, a connection to the university's values would be lost.
But don't you think there's other argument, too, that paying students to play would ruin college sports? I mean, then would be kind of similar to the NBA. The better you are, the more you get paid. We already see that with professional sports.
Well,
I like the fight and the kid, the manager who then becomes a player, and that whole, the walk-on athlete who's successful. That's what keeps us coming back to college sports.
Well,
that's why I do not watch the NBA. That is ridiculous. They travel all over the place. There's no defense. There's real basketball is played at the collegiate level.
Well, that's right. But
or the grade
the question is how you would propose to do it, which I don't really get proponents to be clear on this. Is it a uniform stipend? Is it a tiered salaries? Or is it going to be all these kids at Duke or North Carolina or Gonzaga or Virginia have agents, the ones that are going to play the starting players on the premier teams are going to have agents that they're going to negotiate their own contracts and their own endorsement deals and so on and so forth.
I mean, think of how much money Nike is making off of college athletes.
Well, not so much after Zion Williamson's shoe blew out.
That was the craziest thing.
Anthony in Plainfield.
Hi, thanks for taking my call, Dan and Amy. I don't see this being much different than the celebrities and movie stars paying their way into getting their kids into high-profile college admissions. I mean, this is just a little variance of that where athletes are bribed and athletes' families are bribed to get them to play for a prominent college basketball team. I think the team sports in high school, college, it's all extracurricular, and that's the way it should be. They shouldn't pay them like they're professional athletes.
All right, thanks for the call, Anthony. Marty in Naperville.
Hi, thanks for taking my call again. First of all, look at the moon this morning. It's huge. Anyway,
all right.
How do you so you got a star running back on Michigan who wouldn't be a star running back without his offensive line because it's a team game. How do you know who to pay what to? And what about the fencing team, Dan? Like you said, that doesn't generate any revenue. They have to still travel. They have to still eat. They get scholarships. No, the scholarship, like you said, it's almost $100,000 to put a kid through Duke. And this is an opportunity. What about the kid who doesn't make it in the pros? No, you don't pay these athletes. They're paid by a scholarship.
Thanks, Marty.
It's what Chicago is talking about. It's Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560. The Answer.
I'm Keith Peters in for Lou Dobbs. Supreme Court hands immigration victory to President Trump. Ford shifting 550 jobs in Kentucky, and Bill O'Reilly's releasing a new book. Those stories next.
Have you ever seen a pest controller spraying chemicals in your home? It makes you wonder, if their chemicals are safe, then why do they suit up and wear respirators only to leave you to walk back in unprotected? G'day, I'm Scott from Plug-in Pest Free, and I'm here to tell you there's a better way. In an age where we now have the choice to drive electric cars, you too can electronically rid your home or business of unwanted rodents and pests. The answer is Plug-in Pest Free. 100% chemical-free, Plug-in Pest Free is your safest bet for your family and pets. Our bestseller, the Plug-in Pest Free Pro, will cover up to 4,000 square feet. Now that's fair dinkum. So order yours today at gopestfree.com. Use promo code SAVE20 for 20% off plus free shipping and a 60-day money-back guarantee. That's gopestfree.com, promo code SAVE20. Don't spray and regret. Plug in and forget. GoPestFree.com today.
President Trump won a victory in the U.S. Supreme Court Tuesday as justices voted 5-4 to endorse government's authority to detain immigrants awaiting deportation after they've completed prison terms. The court ruled such illegals can be detained indefinitely. 550 Ford Motor Company workers in Kentucky will shift job locations soon. The automaker is moving the workers from its Louisville assembly plant to its truck plant across town. Ford says the transfers will help it meet the growing demand for large SUVs and trucks. Former Fox News personality Bill O'Reilly will release his newest book later this year, a profile of President Donald J. Trump. O'Reilly says his latest volume will contain no anonymous sources and, in his words, no spin. Please join us for Lou Dobbs tonight at 7 and 10 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
Text on the discussion we were having about paying college athletes. Let them go pro as soon as they're wanted by a pro team. I agree with that. Imagine being deprived of Justin Bieber or Taylor Swift because they had to go to college first. Exactly. I don't want to live in that world. Yeah, but I agree with that. Like the NBA's age 19 thing. I waiving that, rescinding that. I agree with that. You've heard me talk about Northridge Prep for a year. I have friends with children at the school, and they rave about it. Let me tell you a few things they don't do at Northridge. They don't pay their athletes. They don't put an iPad in every boy's hands and somehow expect the boys to focus. The Northridge boys turn off their phones and learn with paper and pen. They don't expect boys to sit still all day in the classroom. They have gym every day, allow the boys to play tag, throw snowballs, and the like. They don't tell their boys that being masculine is bad. Instead, they teach what it means to be a gentleman and expect their students to act like gentlemen. The teachers expect a lot from the young men. The coaches push them, and the boys love Northridge. If you have a son entering middle or high school, you should learn more about Northridge. Their next open house, Sunday, April 7th,
I encourage you to register online at northridgeprep.org. That's northridgeprep.org.
Autism One helps children with autism get better. Yes, children with autism get better. Many lose their diagnosis. Join us Wednesday, May 22nd through Sunday, May 26th at the Autism One Conference in Chicago to learn how you can help recover your child. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will deliver the keynote and will be joined by over 140 of the leading autism doctors, scientists, and researchers from around the world. Learn more at autismone.org, autismone.org.
My name is David Hochberg at Team Hochberg. This analogy will explain how my competitors deceive you into doing business with them. Say a gas station is selling gas for $2 a gallon, and the station across the street is selling gas for $1. Naturally, you're thinking the $1 a gallon is a better deal. Wrong, because you're only getting a half a gallon and not a full gallon of gas for $1. My competitors deceive listeners by quoting ridiculously low interest rates. After sucking you in, they drill you with substantially higher closing costs. Team Hochberg has never and will never play these disgusting and deceiving games. If you want to work with an honest local lender who will always look out for your financial best interest, give Team Hochberg a call now at 855-56-DAVID or visit 56david.com. Team Hochberg has helped thousands of AM 560 listeners, but we can't help if you don't call 855-56-DAVID or visit 56david.com. Homeside Financial Legal Housing Lender, Illinois Residential Mortgage License, MB 6761019, NMLS 1124061.
This is Dr. Howard, founder and formulator of Balance of Nature. We're changing America one life at a time.
Now, these are probably the best supplements I've ever had. I've cut out all the other stuff that I'm taking and stuff like that. I went completely off the blood pressure meds almost immediately. So it's definitely, you can see a huge difference.
I fell from my chair and I crushed my heel. I feel that has gotten better since I've been taking Balance of Nature.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself by using discount code CHICAGO. The price of fruits and vegetables is going up. Call now to see how you can lock in your price of fruits and vegetables for an entire year and get free shipping on every order. Call 800-246-8751. That's 800-246-8751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and use discount code CHICAGO.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Jim Keene Jr. of the Mail House, Inc., a family-owned and operated digital print mail house with a specialty in political advertising and a customer of Signature Bank. We knew that getting a loan to buy our business wouldn't be easy, so we turned to one of our trusted friends for a referral. She told us about the outstanding level of customer service her business received at Signature Bank since becoming one of their first customers in 2006. Today, we couldn't be happier. Not only did Signature help us finance the purchase of the mail house, but they supported our growth as we modernized our operations in mailing as well as from traditional to digital printing. If you're looking for a great bank to grow your business, take a look at Signature Bank.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. To learn more about turning your business vision into reality, visit signaturebank.bank. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry's starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter 3366 at checkout. That's harrys.com, code 3366. Enjoy.
For more than 50 years, Mueller CPA, a certified public accounting and business advisory firm, has been serving clients in Chicagoland. Dave Nissen, Mueller's managing partner, is here to explain Mueller CPA's history, journey, and opportunity.
Thanks, Dan. Our firm was started by Al Mueller as a one-person CPA firm in 1968. Through growth and partnerships, Mueller CPA has blossomed from a regional firm to an organization that provides services worldwide. Mueller is a reflection of our years of listening and caring for our clients, and we would not be here today if it wasn't for our professionals and support personnel. We value the human side of our business and recognize it as being the most important element of our success. We are growing, we are hiring, and we welcome your interest in our firm.
If you are looking for your first opportunity or your forever career, join an award-winning team that cares about you. Visit the career page at MuellerCPA.com or call Dave directly at 630-524-5274.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan, I thought of you when the Prime Minister of New Zealand took to the Parliament floor and said this about the mass killer. He is nameless.
He is a terrorist. He is a criminal. He is an extremist. But he will, when I speak, be nameless. And to others, I implore you, speak the names of those who were lost, rather than the name of the man who took them. He may have sought notoriety, but we in New Zealand will give him nothing, not even his name.
I agree with that. Yeah, that's what we always do here. The psychology is pretty clear on this, that the more notoriety you give, the more it encourages other monsters who are lurking out there. So good for the New Zealand PM.
Yep, beautiful Dan Proft move.
Yes.
Hey, well, no, it was. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
When I move to New Zealand, maybe I'll run for PM. We're going to talk to Jay Nordlinger from National Review at 7:07.
And but first, let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Preckwinkle's campaign pulls television ads as a serial stowaway given probation, and the progressive tax doesn't add up. WIND Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
They didn't know what to do. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. New details about the first of the two crashes involving now grounded Boeing 737 MAX 8 jets. The Lion Air disaster in Indonesia. Fox's Simon Owen monitoring live from London.
Dave, Reuters reporting one of the Indonesian plane's black box flight recorders, the cockpit voice recorder, captured the pilots scouring a handbook for clues as they tried to understand why the plane was lurching downwards, but they ran out of time before it crashed into the Java Sea. Reuters reporting the recording ends with the captain quiet and the first officer saying, "God is great." Meanwhile, a separate report from Bloomberg says a different crew on the same plane had encountered a similar confusion the day before and were helped by an off-duty pilot who happened to be riding in the cockpit. Dave?
Simon, the Transportation Department's Inspector General is going to do an audit of the FAA and its certification of that type of Boeing jet. Joe Biden appears to be ready to run for president. The Wall Street Journal reports the former vice president told several supporters yesterday he intends to join the 2020 Democratic race, but is concerned he won't be able to raise the $6 million the first day like Beto O'Rourke and Bernie Sanders did. President Trump just tweeted about one of his staunch critics who's married to Trump counselor Kellyanne Conway. He wrote, "George Conway is a stone-cold loser, a husband from hell, who's very jealous of his wife's success and angry he didn't give Conway the job he so desperately wanted." Many areas of the Midwest remain underwater.
Heartbreaking to leave your home and everything you've got because you don't know if you'll go back to it or not.
She's in Craig, Missouri. There's flooding from Kansas to Wisconsin. Vice President Pence got a look from the air at underwater communities and farms in hard-hit Nebraska and Iowa.
Our message is this: we're with you.
A sheriff's deputy gunned down in Washington state last night when a driver refused to pull over, that opened fire, killing him and wounding a police officer. This is Fox News.
Light rain showers, 41 degrees at 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. A man accused of killing a McHenry County Sheriff's deputy earlier this month is due in a Rockford federal courtroom today. Floyd Brown was indicted yesterday on one count of murder in the killing of Deputy Jacob Keltner. The Illinois Supreme Court is rejecting a request to resentence Jason Van Dyke for the killing of Laquan McDonald. State Attorney General Kwame Raoul and the Kane County State's Attorney had asked the court to review the former Chicago police officer's sentence. Candidate for Chicago Mayor Tony Preckwinkle's campaign is yanking television commercials 2 weeks before the April 2nd runoff.
We're making strategic decisions to put us in the best place to win this campaign.
The decision raised questions about whether her campaign is running out of money. Charges are pending after a 2-year-old boy died on Chicago's South Side. Police say Jahir Gibbons was found hurt Monday night inside of a home near 60th and Prairie. The boy was pronounced dead a short time later. Lawyers for the victims of Catholic priest abuse are ready to share their list of nearly 400 accused priests. However, the Archdiocese of Chicago says it's already named those accused priests and is now working to make sure children are safe within the church. A fiscal watchdog in Chicago says they can't get Governor J.B. Pritzker's progressive income tax to add up. Civic Federation yesterday issuing a report that says they cannot replicate the math and get the $3.4 billion the governor claims his tax increase will produce for the state under his progressive scheme. Loyola lost to Creighton 70-61 in the opening round of the NIT. Fairleigh Dickinson and Belmont move on into the field of 64 after wins in their play-in contest yesterday. Bulls are set to play the Wizards tonight at the United Center. The news a service of Staples. Right now at Staples, you can earn 100% back in rewards on your first in-store print and marketing services order up to $100 for customers who have not made a full-service print and marketing purchase since 3/1/18. Exclusions apply. Ends 3/23/19. See store for details. Staples. 7:04. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
What would you be willing to spend to make an often frustrating aspect of your business run smoothly? Perfect, hassle-free. Yep, talking about IT, networks, computers. Sure, it would be great to hire an entire IT department, but that would be expensive. There's salaries, benefits, space for new employees, equipment. Nope, not gonna happen. Or could it? For only $7.95 a month, you can make your IT issue a thing of the past with Turnkey IT. Just like your own in-house IT department, but better. Turnkey makes it happen. They make it secure and they make it smart. You'll be set up for success and in front of the many technical issues that can overwhelm a business. Turnkey becomes your IT department and help with all your daily IT issues, plus preventative steps to keep your business going. Have Turnkey do a complimentary network audit of your systems, even if you have a current IT company, so you know where you stand with your technology.
Leave the technical stuff to the pros, so you can focus on the important things. Visit turnkey.pro today. Turnkey.pro.
All money managers might seem the same, but while some give their clients cookie-cutter portfolios, Fisher Investments tailors portfolios to your goals and needs. Some only call when they have something to sell. Fisher calls regularly, so you stay informed. And while some advisors are happy to earn commissions whether you do well or not, Fisher Investments fees are structured so we do better when you do better. In other words, we're on your side. Maybe that's why most of our clients come from other money managers. So if you're in or nearing retirement, talk with us and find out why investors are switching to and staying with Fisher Investments. Fisher Investments. Clearly better money management. Investments in securities involve the risk of loss. Visit us at FisherInvestments.com to find out what we can do for you.
Don't let someone else make money off of your money. Take control of your income and your future. Hi, Amy Jacobson here, and I'm talking about Online Trading Academy. They're the leader in trading and investing education. With courses offered throughout Chicagoland, including East Peoria, Valparaiso, Lombard, you can learn about ways to generate income and protect your retirement. I attended a class at Online Trading Academy and learned so much. And you too can jump into a free class. Just call 844-778-7132. That's 844-778-7132. And if you call right now, they will send you home with their Professionals Insider Kit. It's loaded with exclusive investing courses and some of their best lessons from the pros. Limited opportunity and seats go quickly. Call 844-778-7132. That's 844-778-7132. Or visit them online at otaclass.com.
At Farmers Insurance, we know the sound of a perfect hot air balloon landing. and a less than perfect one. Seen it, covered it. Talk to farmers.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Underwritten by Farmers Truck Fire Insurance Exchanges and Affiliates. Products not available in every state.
7:08. Check on the roads in the AM 560 Traffic Center. In for Jim, here's Al.
Here's a look at traffic. 80 westbound is now jammed up between Oak Park Avenue and Maple because of an accident with injuries. Now, that earlier rollover before Wolf, that has been cleared. And Veterans Memorial northbound at 55, there's a crash, 2 cars in the ditch. That's on the ramp to southbound 55. On the Edens inbound, we're looking at 22 to Montrose, 23 back up to Lake Cook. Kennedy Inn is 49 to downtown, 41 back out to the airport. And Eisenhower inbound, a 57-minute ride into the Circle, 40 back out to 390. Stevenson 56 into Lakeshore Drive, and 39 to get back out to 355. That's traffic. I'm Al Verdi on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. And your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1-hour heating and air conditioning weather center and meteorologist Steve Williams.
Cloudy skies, a bit of rain this morning and a shower by this afternoon as well, high 47. A shower in spots early this evening, otherwise cloudy tonight, low 34. For tomorrow, sunshine with a daytime high 48. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
41 at O'Hare, 42 along the lakefront. Your next news update is at 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, a family tradition since 1897.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Victor Davis Hanson, VDH, writing about colleges, the college admissions scandal at National Review. Something in this country went radically wrong in the 80s and 90s. We created an entire subversive ideology, according to which loud allegiance to progressivism, decrying class, race, and gender inequality, excused an institution or industry from bias, exempted it from the letter and spirit of the U.S. Constitution, made competency in its mission of educating youth irrelevant. And we're talking about the Ivy League schools, too, at least VDHs specifically. And worse still, so-called progressive egalitarians transformed the idea of an elite college degree from a recollection of wide reading, inductive thinking, and scientific and mathematical literacy into a mere cattle brand, a showy trademark that advertised social justice virtue and provided entree into the well-paying capitalist rat race. Yet once politics serves as such a blanket exemption for institutions, then it's no surprise that the institutions ignore or even normalize fraud, racial and class discrimination, and consumer misinformation. The rationale of contemporary higher education is that such progressive angels surely cannot be self-interested devils.
Ooh, that's good.
And we've found out, we've known, but we found out spectacularly with the admissions scandal that has ensnared the likes of Aunt Becky and
poor Aunt Becky.
Mrs. William H. Macy, that that is indeed a contradiction that plays itself out in real life. Gene Nordlinger, also at National Review, has an interesting piece, too, that he, in response to a New York Times story about a selective enrollment school in New York City that only...
My ears have perked up.
Yeah, that only 7 black students got into out of 895 spots. Now, one of the interesting aspects of this is the selective outrage of the left when it comes to college admissions. So they're going to count by race with respect to black students at Stuyvesant in New York City. They don't want to count by race when it comes to Asian students at Harvard.
Oh, yeah.
And this is, the world of paradoxes you get into when you allow colleges to become what Victor Davis Hanson described them to be. For more on this topic, we're pleased to be joined by the aforesaid Jay Nordlinger, senior editor for National Review and music critic for the New Criterion. Jay, thanks for being with us. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. Good morning.
Good morning. So, develop your review of that New York Times story and the implications that the New York Times intended for it, but, put it in the context of these admissions scandals and counting by race that go a lot of different directions.
Well, there's this school in New York City, Stuyvesant High. It's really the best. It's number one. It's extremely hard to get into. And it's been a great ticket to success for many kids, a lot of them from immigrant and poor backgrounds, because they give a test, an entrance exam. And that is the basis of admissions. And so you sometimes get outcomes that you don't necessarily want, depending on who you are, right? So next year, 74% of the class will be Asian. That's a lot. But this thing is done according to a test. And so that will happen if you have this objective criterion. Otherwise, so people are up in arms about this, some people. But one of my points is let there be one Stuyvesant High School here in New York amid hundreds and thousands. It's highly, highly selective, but it's also the object of a lot of envy, as you can imagine.
So does race play a factor at all? Because here in Chicago, we have selective enrollment, and they abolished race. Now it depends on where you live. It's called tiers. So tier 1 is the poorer neighborhoods, and tier 4 are the nicer neighborhoods. And
that's a proxy for race.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. But how does it work there?
Right. No, this is a citywide thing. Mm-hmm. It's extremely competitive, and it sounds a little bit heartless, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. And not everyone can get in. This is an enormous city of millions and millions of people. And as Dan mentioned, there are 895 slots at Stuyvesant. And so if you can't get in, you'll have to go elsewhere. I myself wouldn't be able to get within sniffing distance of that school on math scores alone, believe me.
Yeah, I mean, right. But here's so the question is, what are all the different camps that are outraged about paying $500,000 to try and shepherd your kid into USC of all places? What is it they want to? What is it they want to do exactly? Do you want a meritocracy where for example, what I've proposed here with state universities is randomly assigned number to an application? And all you see is the academic record, the extracurricular record, the essays and whatnot. You don't see anything else, names, ranks, serial numbers, anything else. Do you want that where it's just based on the substantive record the kid put together? Or are we going to make exceptions? And what are the exceptions going to be? I mean, talking about public taxpayer finance universities generally. So, and are legacies the same thing, same sort of discrimination as counting by race? So what is the system that we should be advocating? Is there a possibility for a true meritocracy like you're talking about at Stuyvesant, where it's just the entrance exam and the scores tell the tale?
Well, I tell you, you don't often hear sympathy for admissions officers, but I really don't envy them. I really don't. It would be pretty easy if it were just a matter of a test score. Think of a sport. Think of golf. The lowest score wins.
Right.
Or think of swimming or track. You cross the line first, you touch the wall first, you win. Right. But college admissions is not necessarily like that. And I must say I don't envy those people, because you got test scores, you got so-called extracurricular activities, you've got intangibles, and I think every college ought to do its best, frankly. I'm not a great fan of affirmative action, trust me. But schools, some of them do have a desire for this mix and ethnic and racial and geographic and even a class mix. There's a story that's told, Thomas Sowell told it about Governor Reagan in California. This is in the late 60s or early 1970s. And someone said, well, Governor, if we do things even Steven, Berkeley will be almost all Asian. And Reagan is said to have responded, so what?
Right.
Well, that's one point of view, and I think I share it. But people do have another point of view. And I think of these parents, these Hollywood parents. On one hand, it's an act of parental love. On the other hand, it's an act of shocking criminality and dishonesty, right?
Well,
and that's a pretty pretty disgusting value to instill in your kid.
Well, and also...
And some of the kids were in on it, too. And some kids did not know that their parents were paying people to change the answers or take the test for them.
It's also a spectacular tribute.
Can you imagine their shame and shock? And imagine,
but it's also a spectacular...
being the son or daughter of such parents.
It's also a spectacular tribute to vacuousness, because you're chasing exactly what Victor Davis Hanson said, the prestige of the cattle brand. You don't care about the kind of education your kid's going to get, and neither does your kid. He just needs the Yale the Yale stamp for entrance into the closed network, so he can have a summer home in the Hamptons too.
Yeah, I'm not sure how closed the network is. I think the United States is still a place for striving, for aspiration, and for bootstraps and all that good stuff. And a lot of people who come from modest circumstances do rise, and there seems to be a lottery of smarts and talent, and it's very, very unfair. And JFK wasn't the first person to say life is unfair, but it certainly is.
Well,
and
I'm not talking
obviously we wish it.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm not talking about America as a closed network. I'm talking about the Skull and Bones folks at Yale as a closed network, and they want to keep it a closed network. I'm talking, and there's kind of the rules that they can work around. But that's sort of the point, and that's what you started saying. Not everybody's going to go to Yale or Harvard, or should even want to. You can go to Purdue and get as good an education, or any other number of schools. You're going for the brand, because I'm a firm acolyte of what Mitch Daniels repeats religiously. It's not where you go to school; it's how you go to school. And so you can come out and be wildly successful. Shahid Khan, the owner of the Jacksonville Jaguars, out of U of I, a Pakistani immigrant. Of course, you can in America. That's what's great about it. But what these families are trying to do, and I know something about closed networks because I'm in the biggest one in the country here in Chicago, are saying you don't get to come in unless you're invited. That's really what the position is of the Boston Brahmins and the New England elite, and that's what I think it's so easy to chafe at, but it still doesn't get you to what the system should look like.
Yeah, that's right. It is a kind of rat race, and Mitch Daniels is probably my favorite college president in the country, not least because he has fairly easily and with wisdom kept costs down.
Yes.
Would that we had more of him to go around.
So Singer helps 750 students. We only know about 17 of them. Do you think, to send a message to stop this, that the parents should go to jail? And do you think the kids should be kicked out of the universities, at least the ones that knew about this, that were taking the photos with wearing a crew jacket or a soccer uniform?
I think so. I think there ought to be consequences. How severe, I'm not exactly sure. I don't know about jail for the parents. Jail time in the American criminal justice system is very, very strange. Some people go away for a long time for what seems not very much, and some people seem to kind of skate. And I can understand sort of a punitive desire when it comes to these parents because they seem so reprehensible. They're really perfect villains. But I really don't know. I think this takes the wisdom of Solomon. I consider it, on the one hand, it's outrageous, but on the other hand, it's also tragic and kind of pathetic that people should be driven to these ends.
It is. Pathetic is actually the perfect description of it, because it is a reflection of what they value and what they're willing to do for the material, what they value in a material sense, because that's what we're really talking about, aren't we?
And also what they think is necessary for their sons and daughters to have a good, decent, fulfilling life. That is very, very sad. My gosh, there's so many colleges and universities in this country. Everyone really ought to find this place. And they're finite spaces at these elite universities. And, too bad. You suck it up and move ahead and do the best you can.
Right. I mean, look.
Not everyone gets a pony on Christmas. Maybe that sounds harsh, but it is true.
That's right. I mean, right here, we've got an example. Amy wanted to go to college, and so she had to go to Iowa. That was the only thing that was available.
Ooh.
I'm kidding.
Go Hawkeyes.
Thank you.
Hayden Fry, one of my favorite people in American life.
He's great, yes.
He was a great football coach.
Yes, he
all right, you're also the music critic for New Criterion, so I want to get your take on this. We've been having this discussion here against the backdrop of the pending criminal trial of R. Kelly, the release of Leaving Neverland, the documentary of Michael Jackson. There's an op-ed Wall Street Journal about it. But how do you separate the artist from the artist's monstrous acts? Can you listen to R. Kelly music? Can you listen to Michael Jackson music? Should we be pushing for it to be eliminated from the public airwaves? How do you view it?
This is very, very personal. I love ABC and I Want You Back and so on. It's going to be a while before I can listen to Michael Jackson songs with enjoyment. It's going to be a long while. Maybe never. I'm not sure. There are these same issues in classical music. The so-called Me Too movement has ensnared a lot of these people, and there are a lot of real nasty people in the classical music industry as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to have to take a good long interval before I can listen to some of them again. And I just don't know. It's very, very personal, separating the artist from the man. I'm not necessarily good at doing it.
But
I can
shouldn't
do
we
it
have a
with people
choice,
from
though?
the distant past.
If they yank them off iTunes and things like, shouldn't we have a choice whether or not we want to listen to them? They seem to just want to, they're taking items out of the Indianapolis, Michael Jackson Museum. They're taking, they're just making. We're not really having a choice.
Well, at the Metropolitan Opera, and I'm sitting about 3 blocks from it, they've scrubbed the performances of James Levine from the archive of recordings. They just scrubbed them.
Yeah, that's
He was music director for 30 years, something like that.
That's crazy.
But that probably won't last forever, and I think that's an extreme response. I do understand it, but it's really, really a tough one when you're talking about criminality and especially sex crimes. Somehow it's a little bit different from robbing a bank. This, Kelly and Michael Jackson, if they had robbed banks, I might say ho-hum and, listen to their music. Sex crimes is different somehow, don't you think?
Yeah, especially involving children. I mean, to compare to like the.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean right. So that even the Met Opera example, obviously that's different. That's a Me Too thing. This is children. That's a whole different category, as you know. He is Jay Nordlinger. He's a senior editor for National Review, music critic for the New Criterion. Jay, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
You too. Do you have a CSO strike going on?
We do.
It's like every 11 months we have one here. So
yeah,
okay,
we do, and I'm
okay. So it's dog bites, man. Yeah, never mind that.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm working on my cello, so it's if I need to cross the picket line. Jay, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
At last we can get in.
Exactly.
There's hope, guys. Thank you so much. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Improving your home? Why not make it easy? Don't miss the free Home and Garden Show this weekend only at the Westin North Shore Hotel in Wheeling with free admission and free parking. Find the ultimate in savings and convenience with thousands of the latest home products and services for the freshest ideas to remodel, repair, and beautify your home inside and out. This year's show is larger than ever, featuring experts in kitchen and bath remodeling, windows, siding and doors, landscaping, lawn and tree care, flooring, painting, heating and air, and even solar power and green energy systems. Plus, save big on the latest trend in quality patio furniture and accessories at the By the Yard booth, and so much more. From interiors to exteriors, from decor to outdoor, you'll find it all at the Home and Garden Show this weekend at the Westin North Shore in Wheeling on Milwaukee Avenue and Lake Cook Road with free admission and free parking. For details, visit homeshownorthshore.com. That's homeshownorthshore.com.
Looking to secure financing on a new home? Then you need to call Team Hochberg. Chuck, Marine veteran, has heard thousands of Team Hochberg's ads, so naturally he called them with his VA mortgage questions. Wrong. Chuck first contacted another radio lender who blew him off after learning he was credit challenged. So Chuck contacted Team Hochberg, which he should have done in the first place. Team Hochberg introduced Chuck to their credit enhancement expert, Gary Novell, who will help Chuck enhance his credit so Team Hochberg can help him secure a VA loan. Best part, Team Hochberg will issue Chuck a closing cost credit to offset the investment he made in himself to enhance his credit. Now, if you're a veteran and would like to work with a trusted local lender who respects your service and won't blow you off if you're credit challenged, then call Team Hochberg now at 855-56-DAVID or visit 56david.com. Team Hochberg helped me and thousands of AM 560 listeners, but they can't help you if you don't call. The number again, 855-56-DAVID or visit 56david.com. Homeside Financial, Equal Housing Lender, Illinois Residential Mortgage Licensee, MB 6761019, NMLS 1124061.
Hey, Craig and Leslie here from In the Know. Leslie, people have spring fever. Consumer confidence is up, and that means spending. We want folks to enjoy what they've worked so hard for, but don't forget...
Craig, are you trying to tell me something? I know. Retirement's right around the corner.
Listen, a new season is time for regrowth and building on what you already have. You don't need to do it alone if you have Wealth Management Group at your side.
Spring into action and make Wealth Management Group your go-to partner. And listen to In the Know Sunday mornings at 10, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
It's our last morning of winter. Spring will arrive sometime this afternoon, and with that, the allergy season. And our friends over at Balance of Nature have an incredible Madness in March discount that they want you to take advantage of. But we'll tell you about that in just a second. First, I've got to tell you about Balance of Nature. Think of it this way, 10 servings of fruits and veggies in a single capsule because we're not getting enough on our own. Don't wait until you start feeling sick to take Balance of Nature because it helps boost your immune system. Get Balance of Nature today. You know, I spent time with Dr. Douglas Howard. He's the founder and creator of Balance of Nature. His wife, his son, they're all invested in Balance of Nature. They're passionate about their product because they know it helps thousands of people feel better and live healthier lives. And that could be you. And today only when you go to balanceofnature.com, use the promo code AMYJ3. AMY, the letter J, the number 3, all one word, and you'll receive 15% off at your first order of Balance of Nature. Promo code AMYJ3, all one word, when you visit balanceofnature.com or call 800-246-8751.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Time to talk taxes and spending with CNN Chief Economist Steve Moore. That's at 7:37.
And later, a woman wins a prestigious math prize. Yes, it has happened. But first, let's get into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Rain showers and 41 degrees. Mozambique begins 3 days of mourning today after a cyclone killed hundreds and stranded thousands with catastrophic flooding. UK Prime Minister Theresa May moments ago saying she'll ask the EU to delay Brexit until June 30th. A multi-tank fire at a petrochemical plant near Houston is finally extinguished after burning for nearly 3 days at the Intercontinental Terminals country. A small town in central Washington is in mourning. A sheriff's deputy shot and killed after a shootout with an attempted traffic stop last night that resulted in gunfire between deputies and the suspect in Kittitas. Word is coming soon on whether or not a former Virginia governor will run for president. Democrat Terry McAuliffe said during a visit to South Carolina yesterday he'll make an official announcement in the next couple of weeks. Man accused of killing a McHenry County sheriff's deputy earlier this month is due in a Rockford federal courtroom. Floyd Brown was indicted yesterday. Authorities say Deputy Jacob Keltner was serving with a Marshals task force when Brown shot him at a Rockford motel. More allegations are surfacing against R&B singer R. Kelly. The Sun-Times says Chicago police investigated a claim of criminal sexual assault against Kelly that dates back to 2008. However, no charges will be filed because of the statute of limitations for prosecuting the allegation is expiring. Candidate for Chicago Mayor Toni Preckwinkle's campaign is not running television commercials 2 weeks before the April 2nd runoff election. When asked yesterday why she yanked her TV ads, Cook County Board President says her campaign is making strategic decisions. College hoops, Loyola lost to Creighton 70-61 in the opening round of the NIT. NCAA play-in games, Fairleigh Dickinson and Belmont move into the field of 64. The news is a service of Farmers Insurance. At Farmers Insurance, they know every windshield collision has a unique sound. Beetle, bird poop, drone. Seen it, covered it, talk to Farmers. 7:33, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher has had it with the mainstream media.
One of the things the media will not cover is the rash of attacks that are taking place against Trump supporters, against people who wear MAGA hats.
The media's role right now is so appalling.
Don't pretend you're an objective journalist when you are in the tank for the Democrats.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
On April 5th, don't miss The Best of Enemies, starring Academy Award nominee Taraji P. Henson.
I play Ann Atwater, a civil rights activist who was able to approach hate with love.
And Academy Award winner Sam Rockwell.
All the better is you don't get in my way.
Well, I'm gonna get in your way.
If you change one heart, you can change the world.
I have a Bible.
And then you ought to know, same God made you, made me.
The Best of Enemies, based on the untold true story. Rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13. In theaters April 5th.
Hopefully your home's heating survived the recent polar vortex. It's important to have a heating and cooling company you know you can depend on. That company is the original Arlington Heights Heating and Cooling. They aren't one of those massive companies with newer techs and subcontractors. Oh no, Arlington Heights Heating and Cooling send only their own highly skilled techs. From service to installation and everything in between, the work quality and customer service is the best. For 40 years, the original Arlington Heights Heating and Cooling has kept homeowners and business customers comfy and warm in the winter and nice and cool in the warmer months. Don't call the big guys, call the best. Call Carrie at 847-545-1700 or visit arlingtonheightsheatingandcooling.net. That's Carrie at 847-545-1700 or online at arlingtonheightsheatingandcooling.net. The original Arlington Heights Heating and Cooling, not the biggest, just the best.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. If you need windows, call the exterior experts.
Call Crumweedy.
Mark Olson and Greg Olson of Crumweedy. Well, they run a third-generation family business that's been doing Chicagoland exteriors now since 1953. And for them, it's all about trust, and they truly share your values. Why windows from Crumweedy? Now, Crumweedy windows are not offered anywhere else in Chicagoland. They are exclusive, and that's why they can offer a lifetime material and labor installation guarantee. A lifetime. That's a great investment for your home. Windows from Crumweedy are Energy Star rated, unlike most other windows. Also, the vinyl windows are 100% virgin vinyl. You're getting quality windows with a lifetime material and labor installation. Now, if your windows are needy,
call Crumweedy.
630-595-8020. The name is not easy to spell. Just remember this. WindowsAreNeedy.com. WindowsAreNeedy.com.
Check out Ground Game, the latest podcast from the Associated Press discussing the top political issues around the country. Available on Apple Podcasts.
7:36. Get an update on the roads in the AM 560 Traffic Center with Al Verde.
Here's a look at traffic. On the inbound Edens, it's 23 minutes from Lake Hook to the Kennedy Junction, 25 on the outbound side, and the Eden Spur eastbound is heavy from the Tri-State to Waukegan Road. Kennedy inbound, a full hour from O'Hare into downtown, 42 back out to the airport. And the Eisenhower inbound, that's 57 into the circle from 390. Back out a 42-minute trip. Stevenson an hour 9 into Lakeshore Drive, and 41 back out to 355. 55 northbound jams up from Weber to Veterans Memorial Tollway. On the Ryan inbound, that's heavy, 36 minutes, 95th to downtown, and no delays back down to 95th. That's traffic. I'm Al Verde on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center. Little morning rain and heavier showers by the afternoon, high 47. Currently 41. Next news coming up at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Tasty Catering. Companies serious about a successful event choose Tasty Catering. Planning begins at tastycatering.com.
Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. And we're pleased to be joined by our economics guru, Steve Moore, Wall Street Journal columnist, chief economist for CNN. Steve, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hi, guys. Good morning.
Good morning. You were fairly laudatory. We really haven't been able to tackle this with you, so let's do it now. Fairly laudatory were you about Trump's budget, which gets to balanced budgets by, mid-2030s. I mean, why so exuberant over that sort of silly budgeting that you would otherwise criticize politicians for doing?
Well, guys, we're not anywhere close to a balanced budget. We're not going to be anywhere close to a balanced budget for a long time. And I've concluded that this is just a bipartisan problem. When I got to D.C. and I think I arrived in 1983 after my parents gave me some help getting in University of Illinois.
Of course, right. About $500,000 worth.
I filled out the application
back then
too.
The federal budget was a little over $1 trillion. Now it's $4 trillion. Back then the debt was $2 trillion. Now it's $22 trillion, headed to $30 trillion. And that's persisted under Republican administrations, Democratic administrations, Republican Congresses, Democratic Congresses. It's a frightening situation. It's pretty clear Republicans don't want to do a whole lot about it. We do want to grow the economy to get more revenues in, and that is working a bit because we actually have more revenues. Did you guys know this? We have more revenues into the federal government today than any time before. 2018 was the world record for federal revenue collections. It's just the spending keeps going up. Now, here's the other thing. Have you guys heard of this? I'm sure Amy's heard of it. It's called modern monetary theory.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
And
I read
this
about it
is the
yesterday.
left's idea that we don't have to pay for all this free stuff they want to give: free health care, free child care, universal income for everyone, free college tuition.
Yeah.
We don't have to pay for that. We can just keep borrowing and borrowing and borrowing and borrowing, and we can just do it till kingdom come. And this is actually taken seriously, Dan, as an economic theory. It's like saying, being in Argentina or Zimbabwe, where they have we can just keep borrowing and borrowing and borrowing, and then their currency went to a value of zero because the inflation was so high. So I'm very worried about this idea that somehow we can just borrow till now and forever and not have to worry about it. Every homeowner knows you can't do that. Every family knows that. Every business knows it. But the politicians don't seem to understand it.
Well, the Democrats aren't in charge right now. That's just their idea is what they want, but they're not going to get it because the Democrats not in charge at the White House right now. But you said that the national debt is a very serious problem, and are we seriously trying to pay it off?
Well, gosh, we're pay it off. We can't even get them to stop the borrowing at $1 trillion a year. And, look, I'm a big fan of Donald Trump. I love what he's doing for the economy. Did you see the latest CNN poll? 71% of Americans, 71%, now rate the economy is good or great. They feel like things are going in the right direction for the country. It's the reason Trump is very likely to be reelected if those numbers persist. But, but even Donald Trump has done, he put out a budget that calls for a lot of spending cuts. But, Amy, what do you think the chances are Congress is going to do any of those? Any of them?
Slim and none and slim left town. But, in terms of modern monetary theory, you got to figure out some way to make Thomas Piketty's dreams come true, don't you?
Well, it's just an excuse. What the left realizes, they want to spend a whole lot of money. My latest column estimates over the next 20 years they want to spend $100 trillion. So you see the latest thing is now they want to spend $1 trillion on reparation payments for slavery 150 years ago. It's one crazy idea after another, and they have no way to pay for it. Because, look, even if you took every single penny from really, really rich people like Amy, the millionaires and billionaires.
Right.
Every penny they have, you couldn't pay for this stuff. So they realize, holy cow, we're going to have to really tax the crap out of the middle class. And they realize the middle class doesn't want that so much. So they just tell people it's free. We just borrow. We just take out the credit card.
Yeah. What's the stat again on that? Like if you confiscated all the wealth of the 1%, you'd fund the federal government's operation for like 90 days.
It just doesn't get them enough money. I mean, look, the fact is, this is still, for all the talk about income inequality and so on, the vast majority of the money in this country lies in the hands of middle-class Americans. And if you want to have these really, really expensive programs, you have to tax the middle class. I mean, that's what Europe does. That's what these socialist countries, the Norwegian countries do. They tax and tax and tax. They've got gas taxes that are twice as high as ours. That's why they pay $5 and $6 a gallon of gasoline. They have income tax rates that are higher than we do. They have property taxes that are higher than we do. They have value-added taxes. And I was on CNN last night. We did a big debate about socialism, and they keep saying this isn't socialism. We don't want the North Korean, Venezuelan style socialism. We want the good socialism. Maybe you can tell me where the good socialism is, because I don't see anywhere where it's working.
Maybe we can
They
borrow.
don't have a fixed minimum wage in Sweden.
Maybe we could borrow some money from Mike Trout and Bryce Harper and start paying down the debt from their coffers.
Trout has a lot of money now.
I mean, what do you even do with all that money?
$434 million or something like that to play baseball.
$35 million a year, which is like basically Steve Moore range. Since we're not going to do anything.
Wait, but I got to ask. Can I ask you guys a question? Because is it true? I read the Wall Street Journal, I think yesterday or the day before, that the governor in Illinois wants to get rid of your flat tax.
Yeah, we're going to
progressive tax.
We're going to have a graduated state income tax.
That's the stupidest idea I've ever. As you guys know, we do a rating every year of the states. Called Rich States, Poor States. People can look it up on Al Gore's internet. And we just did our most recent thing where we ranked the states in terms of the best economic and worst economic climate. Do you guys want to guess which state came out number one?
Illinois.
I'm talking about the best, not the worst.
Oh, Texas is number one.
Number one was not Texas. It was
Utah.
for the 11th year in a row. It was the state of Utah, which has the best economic climate. And the sad
Mitt
thing
Romney
is, look,
lives
I don't say this with any joy because I love the land of Lincoln. I grew up there. I went to college there. But Illinois now ranks 49th. You're worse than California now in terms of your economic policies. Now, if you get rid of the only saving grace that we see in Illinois, the only thing that keeps you afloat is that you have a flat rate income tax. And yet now they want to get rid of that.
Well, it's a flat rate income tax that was just increased by 32% 18 months ago, and now they're using that as the baseline for middle income families, and then they're going to graduate it up. So the rich pay their fair share and all that because the rich are going to sit here and take it, of course.
No, it's good. By the way, there's we've talked about this week after week. There aren't going to be any rich people left to tax. I mean, how hard is the math here? You could charge people 20% income tax rate, but 20% of zero is still zero. And you're going to get less revenue. I guarantee this. You're going to get less revenue if you do this, if you get rid of your flat tax than you do now, because people will leave. Everywhere I go, whether it's Tennessee or Arizona or Florida, all I'm seeing these days is Illinois license plates saying we live 183 days a year here and only 182 days. And even if they keep a residence in Illinois, they don't pay income tax there. They live there 180 days a year. And that is just a fact. And politicians in Illinois and Springfield better realize that, or that state really will go off a financial cliff.
Just point of order here, Steve, just so you understand, that's not our philosophy here. When you said 20% of zero is still zero, in Illinois, we believe those kind of statements are just opinions, and we're gonna test them. Okay, so we'll let you know what the results are.
If you can't get the rich to pay the tax at 20%, go to 25%.
Exactly.
Just go all the way here.
Exactly.
Get AOL to be your AOC to become your governor there. But I mean, look, I thought Pritzker was going to be. I actually thought he was going to be a pretty good governor.
I don't know why you thought that.
Why would you think that?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Because Illinoisans, we have Stockholm syndrome. I mean, we're so stupid. We keep voting in the same politicians. And then the last election we had, Stephen Moore, only 27% of registered voters even went to the ballot box.
And that was 26% too much.
No, that's just pathetic. I mean, by the way, this is a product of our education system. These, it's all soak the rich. We'll give everything for everybody for free. We can tax, we can borrow. I mean, I really worry about the financial and fiscal competence of Americans now, and it's because none of this stuff is being taught. I mean, simple math, like 20% of zero is zero.
Your opinion. It's just your opinion. Let me ask you, since we can't do anything about spending and we can't do anything about Illinois, let's talk about something perhaps President Trump can do something about, and that's getting this trade pact done with China so we can grow a little bit more. Story at CNBC yesterday, the trade talks with China final stages, but there was concern that China may balk and walk back some of the concessions they made. You have your ear to the Kudlow. What's the story?
I think that they're going to get a deal done. I think it's going to take a while. I think somebody asked me, is this the beginning of the end? And I said, well, this is maybe the end of the beginning. I mean, it takes a long time to get these deals done with a country like China, but I think it looks in a positive direction. China is in a quandary about how to deal with Trump, and they're going to have to make some concessions here and capitulations. It looks like they're willing and able to do that now. And that will be a huge, huge bonus for Trump if he can pull that off. I mean, the effects of a China trade deal would be enormously positive for the U.S. economy, by the way, and for the Chinese economy. I mean, goodness, they should stop stealing. They should buy more of our products. I mean, we've opened up our markets to them, and they have not opened up their markets to us. Trump is fighting the good fight here. I know, Dan, you and I have disagreed on this over the last number of months, but I think Trump is going to win here. I think he's going to come out a winner. And this is going to have a very positive effect on the stock market and the U.S. economy. And look, if we get an economy that continues to boom like it's been booming for the last 18 months, they could put Trump in jail. He'll still get reelected. And people really feel good about the direction of the country, and they feel good about what he's doing about our security too. I mean, those are the two most important things that a president can do: is help rebuild the economy and keep us safe. And Trump is doing both those things. And even though I hate some of his tweets, and I thought you were going to go after me, Dan, for his tweets on GM. Now he's telling GM where they can build plants and where they can't. I hate that stuff. I hate that stuff. You hate it too, but you gotta love the direction of the economy. I mean, it's just very positive.
All right. He is Steve Moore, Wall Street Journal columnist, chief economist for CNN. Steve, thanks as always for your insights. Appreciate it.
And he joined us.
And he's gone.
And he's dropped the mic. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of Nature's fruit and veggie capsules contain 100% vine-ripened fruits and vegetables, tested pure with no pesticides, fillers, or additives of any kind, and are the most effective whole food supplements on the market today. You might ask, how can over 10 servings of 31 different fruits and vegetables fit into 6 vegetarian capsules? Fruits and vegetables are on an average 85% water. Balance of Nature uses cold vacuum technology to remove the water, leaving only the whole food. We don't use any heat, air, or light drying methods that damage nutrients. Our cold vacuum technology maintains 99% of the fresh fruits and vegetables' original nutritional value. Along with diet and exercise, Mother Nature provides fruits and vegetables to help us maintain good health.
To order, go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751. That's 1-800-246-8751 and use discount code CHICAGO.
Oh, it's going to rain today and all the water has to go somewhere, and hopefully not in your basement or crawl space. Did you know that winter is the best time in spring to waterproof your basement or crawl space? With Permaseal's flexible scheduling, financing options, along with their price assurance guarantee, there's no need to wait for the ground to thaw to fix the problem. Call Permaseal today at 800-421-7325 to schedule your free estimate with one of their certified consultants. Now, they'll inspect your foundation inside and out, provide you with a dependable solution, because water and structural problems don't go away. In fact, they'll only get worse over time. And since 1979, homeowners all over Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana have trusted Permaseal. They're a Chicago Tribune top workplace winner. They have twice received a Better Business Bureau Torch Award for marketplace ethics. You can feel confident calling the best for a dry basement and healthy home. You know who to call, Permaseal. 800-421-SEAL. That's 800-421-7325 or permaseal.net.
Come on, kids. We're late.
Honey, the car won't start.
Mom, the dog just sat on my science project.
Life can be stressful, but getting life insurance shouldn't be. That's why there's Ethos. Ethos is a modern kind of life insurance that's super fast, incredibly affordable, and very uncomplicated. At GetEthos.com, there are no medical exams for policies covering under $1 million, no hours of paperwork or meetings with pushy representatives. It only takes 10 minutes to apply, and you can rest assured knowing you've taken steps to protect your family. And in most cases, with Ethos, you can have that peace of mind for less than a cup of coffee a day with no hidden fees. Having life insurance can free you from stress. Getting life insurance shouldn't cause it. Discover how uncomplicated life insurance can be at Ethos. Get your free instant quote and submit your complete application in minutes. Just go to GetEthos.com. That's ETHOS. GetEthos.com. GetEthos.com.
Guys, it's never a good look when you untuck your long, bulky dress shirt. You think it's casual, it really just looks sloppy. That's why Untuck It is here. Untuck It has made shirts specifically designed to be worn untucked. They're not too long, they're not too short, just right. GQ has called them perfection. I have a closet full of Untucked shirts. Fits great, feels great. And don't worry, ladies, they make them for women as well. Shirts for her that are casual, versatile, and designed to last. And like I said, it's kind of like the Uber of shirts. You just go log on to untuckit.com, UNTUCKIT, untuckit.com. Check out all the new arrivals there. When you enter the promo code Mike G, you'll save 20% off your entire first purchase. Also, visit one of Untuckit's over 50 retail locations across the country. Come on, stop hiding your shirt with your pants and your pants with your shirt. Visit untuckit.com, your solution to perfecting casual. Don't forget to use the promo code MikeG for 20% savings on your first purchase at untuckit.com.
My name is David Hochberg at Team Hochberg. Here's a secret my competitors won't tell you. Every conventional, FHA, VA, rural, and reverse mortgage loan has closing costs. Borrowers can receive a closing cost credit for some or all of the closing costs by securing a higher interest rate on their loan. Over the past 18 years, I've closed thousands of loans. Some borrowers elected to go at the higher rate to receive a closing cost credit, and others elected to pay their closing costs to secure a lower rate. Team Hochberg doesn't play the no closing costs game in our ads. So if you want to work with the no closing cost carnival barkers, call my competitors. If you want to work with an honest local lender who will always look out for your financial best interest, call Team Hochberg now at 855-56-DAVID or visit 56david.com. Team Hochberg has helped thousands of AM 560 listeners, but we can't help if you don't call 855-56-DAVID or visit 56david.com. Homeside Financial Legal Housing Lender, Illinois Residential Mortgage License, MB 6761019. NMLS 1124061.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
It's the buy one, get one free paint sale at Ace, our biggest paint sale of the year. Buy a gallon of our top paint brands like Valspar and Clark & Kensington and get the second free. And you know what else is free? Our help. With the Ace Extra Mile Promise, get everything you need to paint in one trip or deliveries free. Don't miss the buy one, get one free paint sale. Now through Monday, only at Ace. Limit 2, delivery subject to availability. Visit acehardware.com for more details.
Looking for ways to save with your Medicare plan? Walgreens is a preferred network pharmacy with many plans nationwide, which could mean lower copays for you. So bring your prescriptions to a Walgreens pharmacy today to start saving. Walgreens, trusted since 1901. Walgreens participates as a preferred network pharmacy with United Healthcare, Cigna HealthSpring, and Express Scripts Medicare. For a complete list of available plans, please contact 1-800-MEDICARE. TTY users should call 1-877-486-2048. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, or consult www.medicare.gov. Other pharmacies are available in our network.
AM 560. The Answer.
Dan and Amy, science is really helping us solve crimes. You know, you've heard these stories about DNA that's uploaded on these ancestry sites, solving unsolved crimes.
I had a friend who said to me, and he predicted that this was going to happen. He said, if you do that, go to Ancestry or the other one, you know, me and you and me, whatever that one is, the government is going to intervene, and they're going to take that information and they're going to solve crimes.
Well, we may also, through DNA testing, have solved the identity of Jack the Ripper. Semen Stains,
No.
which was the name of my high school band. It was an outfield tribute band.
That's what I thought. You guys were really good back in the day.
Josie's on a vacation far away. Killed it. Semen stains found on a shawl that was near the body of Jack the Ripper's fourth victim match a Polish barber who was a suspect at the time. He would have been 23 at the time of the killings. This Polish barber named Kaminski. Yeah. Genetic testing done for the study that came from blood and semen found on a shawl that was near the body of the fourth victim who was found on September 30th, 1888. Isn't that interesting?
And the DNA lives that long.
Maybe this also solves
18.
Maybe this also solves the question that scholars hotly debate whether Sweeney Todd, the demon barber of Fleet Street, was an actual person, not just a fictional, not simply a fictional character. Maybe this is also the real life Sweeney Todd, the demon barber. Isn't that fascinating?
It is.
By the way, also,
have you ever done on an ancillary issue? Have you ever done Ancestry.com or any of that?
yes, I've taken some of my blood and semen on a shawl. And I've submitted
From the
it for
1800s.
I've submitted for testing.
No, to find out what, because I know you were adopted. Do you want to know if you're Irish or
I'm told I'm
Romanian?
Irish and Danish.
Oh, you're Irish and Danish?
Yeah. I think I've mentioned that before. You just weren't listening.
Oh.
Yeah.
What's your name?
Right. By the way, interesting, too. Blood and semen on the shawl. Same way they got Bob Kraft in Florida.
But this time it was on a towel. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We're going to talk Boeing with a pilot and software engineer. Dave Kammeyer joins us at 8:08.
But first, let's get into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
2 arrested after a 2-year-old boy dies on Chicago's South Side. Suspected killer of McHenry County Sheriff's deputy is due in court later today. A serial stowaway gets probation. A fiscal watchdog says Pritzker's progressive tax doesn't add up. We'll check the numbers. Bulls are hosting the Wizards later tonight. Blackhawks host the Flyers tomorrow, while the White Sox fall to the Reds. Loyola lost to Creighton in the NIT. Morning rain followed by heavier showers this afternoon. WIND Chicago News Time, 8 o'clock.
He's on the attack on Twitter. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. President Trump firing back at one of his biggest critics who happens to be married to one of his closest advisors. Fox's John Decker's live at the White House.
The president tweeting George Conway, often referred to as Mr. Kellyanne Conway by those who know him, is very jealous of his wife's success and angry that I, with her help, didn't give him the job he so desperately wanted. He continued, I barely know him, but just take a look. A stone-cold loser and husband from hell. Conway, a conservative lawyer who considered a senior role at the Justice Department, has been a persistent critic of President Trump's policies and has recently been questioning the president's mental health. Chris?
And John, the president will go to Ohio today to tour an Army tank plant and meet with supporters holding a re-election fundraiser. Joe Biden appears ready to challenge President Trump. The Wall Street Journal's reporting the former vice president told supporters he does plan to run for president, but he's concerned he won't raise as much money the first day as other Democrats like Bernie Sanders and Beto O'Rourke. The first funerals have happened in New Zealand for the 50 people massacred in 2 mosques in Christchurch. The first 2 buried a father and son who came from Syria.
And I cannot tell you how gutting it is to know that a family came here for safety and for refuge, and they should have been safe here.
Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern. Sheriff's deputies being mourned in Washington State, shot and killed when an attempted traffic stop happened last night, turned into a gun battle that also wounded a police officer.
That officer has a gunshot wound to the leg and is going to survive. The suspect was shot. That suspect is alive at the Kittitas Valley Hospital. That suspect was shot in the head.
It's David Rose with Fox affiliate Q13. New information about the first of the Boeing 737 MAX 8 jets that crashed. Reuters reporting that cockpit voice reporters from the Lion airplane shows the pilots were scouring a handbook trying to figure out the problem. This is Fox News.
Gray skies and light rain showers, 42 degrees at 8:02. On AM 560, The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. A man accused of killing a McHenry County Sheriff's deputy earlier this month is due in a Rockford federal courtroom today. Floyd Brown was indicted yesterday. Authorities say Deputy Jacob Keltner was serving with a U.S. Marshals task force when Floyd Brown shot him at a Rockford motel. The suspect was wanted on warrants out of Champaign, McLean, and Sangamon counties. Candidate for Chicago Mayor Tony Preckwinkle's campaign is stopping running television commercials 2 weeks before the April 2nd runoff election.
We're making strategic decisions to put us in the best place to win this campaign.
When asked yesterday why the Cook County Board president did not have an answer, raising questions about whether her campaign is running out of money. Lawyers for victims of Catholic priest abuse are ready to share their list of nearly 400 accused priests. That list covers all 6 Illinois dioceses. However, the Archdiocese of Chicago says it's already named accused priests. Chicago sports, Loyola lost to Creighton in the opening round of the NIT. NCAA tournament play-in games, winners Fairleigh Dickinson and Belmont. Cubs host the Dodgers tonight, while the Sox will host the D-backs this afternoon. It's 8:03, time for the AM 560 Business Beat. And from the Fox Business Network, here is Ginny Casola.
From the Fox Business Network, the European Union is fining Alphabet's Google more than $1.5 billion for abusing its search engine dominance. The EU says Google was blocking competitors from selling text ads on search results that appear on third-party websites. The EU action doesn't come with a specific order for Google to end its business practices because the Commission says it changed its anti-competitive behavior shortly after charges were filed nearly 3 years ago. More people were buying products from General Mills in the recent quarter. The maker of Cheerios, Cascadian Farms, and Pillsbury brands is reporting stronger business than expected, and it says this year will be even better. Ride-sharing company Lyft is getting ready to sell stock to the public. The New York Post says demand for the stock is stronger than expected. Lyft is planning to debut the stock March 29th. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Ginny Cosola.
8:04, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
And you know my beverage of choice is tequila.
The Joe Walsh Show.
Per doctor's orders, no lie. I went in to have a doctor's appointment a couple years ago, telling my doctor about my tummy, my gut issues. He said, how about tequila? He said, tequila's better for your stomach. And swear to God, true story. Now, that was about 2 years ago. Son of a gun, I love it.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right before Larry Elder at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Don't let someone else make money off of your money. Take control of your income and your future. Hi, Amy Jacobson here, and I'm talking about Online Trading Academy. They're the leader in trading and investing education. With courses offered throughout Chicagoland, including East Peoria, Valparaiso, Lombard, you can learn about ways to generate income and protect your retirement. I attended a class at Online Trading Academy and learned so much. And you too can jump into a free class. Just call 844-778-7132. That's 844-778-7132. And if you call right now, they will send you home with their Professionals Insider Kit. It's loaded with exclusive investing courses and some of their best lessons from the pros. Limited opportunity and seats go quickly. Call 844-778-7132. That's 844-778-7132. Or visit them online at otaclass.com.
All money managers might seem the same, but while some give their clients cookie-cutter portfolios, Fisher Investments tailors portfolios to your goals and needs. Some only call when they have something to sell. Fisher calls regularly, so you stay informed. And while some advisors are happy to earn commissions whether you do well or not, Fisher Investments fees are structured so we do better when you do better. In other words, we're on your side. Maybe that's why most of our clients come from other money managers. So if you're in or nearing retirement, talk with us and find out why investors are switching to and staying with Fisher Investments. Fisher Investments. Clearly better money management. Investments in securities involve the risk of loss. Visit us at FisherInvestments.com to find out what we can do for you.
It's 8:07. Let's get an update on the roads this hour in the AM 560 Traffic Center with Al Verde.
Here's a look at traffic. Eden's inbound is 26 minutes. Lake Hook to the Kennedy Junction, 28 back out. On the Kennedy inbound, an hour 14 into downtown from O'Hare, 50 to get back out to the airport. Eisenhower in is an hour 6 to the Circle, 53 back out to 390. Stevenson into Lakeshore Drive, an hour 4, 48 on the reverse strip. And Dan Ryan in is 47 from 95th to downtown. Outbound, though, no delays. 57 inbound, 33 minutes from 80 to the Ryan. Bishopport inbound heavy, 159th to 130th. And again from the Stony Island feeder into the Ryan. It's about 38 in from 8094. That's traffic. I'm Al Verdi on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center and our meteorologist, Steve Williams.
Clouds and a bit of rain this morning, followed by a shower in spots this afternoon, the high 47. A shower early this evening, otherwise cloudy tonight, low 34. Sunny day tomorrow with a daytime high 48. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently gray skies and 42. Next news at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Make sure to check out the Income Store live video stream of today's show right now at 560theanswer.com.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So the Boeing 737 MAXs are still grounded, and the information is sort of seeping out piecemeal about the two crashes involving the MAX 8, the Lion Air in Indonesia, and the Ethiopian Air crashes that ultimately led to the grounding worldwide. There's a lot of questions, and the questions are extending beyond what everyone and the media has been focused on, which is just the software in the cockpit.
Well, we learned yesterday that the Lion Air, that actual plane that crashed and killed several hundred people, the day before, an off-duty pilot helped steady that same exact aircraft by disabling a sensor. He decided he wanted to jump on the plane, and he was a pilot, so he sat in the cockpit. And, I mean, it's just remarkable that that information didn't get out until yesterday. That should have come out the day that it happened, that he disabled that, sensor so that that plane didn't crash. And then the next day it crashes and kills everyone on board. Which seems very irresponsible.
Yeah, it's also more complicated than that. Wally Magathan, who is an airline pilot, Air Force pilot, C-5 Galaxy flight instructor. Wow. He spoke to James Fallows, who summarized his views over at The Atlantic, where Fallows writes. He makes a couple of points. Boeing 737 MAX has different handling characteristics from previous 737 models because its engines are in a different place on the wings. This new engine placement increased the tendency of the plane to pitch up, nose upward, in a way that could increase the risk of stall. The MCAS system software was added to offset this tendency when detected and when the plane was being hand-flown by automatically pointing the nose back down. So this is now we get into the engineering, the actual design of the plane. Okay. The main hypothesis, he continues, this is Wally Magathan, main hypothesis about the Lion Air crash is that the MCAS system went out of control because of a failed sensor reading and pushed the nose down until the plane plunged into the sea. The main question after that crash was whether Lion Air pilots had been appropriately informed about how MCAS worked and trained how to turn it off. So there's this other issue of Boeing's information about the software system in the flight manual and the training of pilots to handle that. From the standpoint of an airline pilot, Magathan adds, no need to ground the fleet, just ground each and every 737 MAX pilot until he or she has been trained on the MCAS. After 2 accidents, require a week in the simulator for overkill, make sure it penetrates even the dimmest bulbs. Okay. Wow. But nobody flies again until they have it. in effect, that grounds the fleet, but only for so long as the training takes. But that's speaking as a pilot, just on the technical nature of it, the corrective action that could be taken. He understands that for public consumption and the politics of it, that ultimately grounding the fleet was necessary to instill confidence in airline safety among the body politic. So for more on this, and by the way, our next guest tweeted. Well, actually had his brother-in-law tweet about this extensively, which is how I found him. Trevor Sumner, who's a writer, contributor to Inc. and Forbes, said, best analysis on what's really happening with the Boeing 737 MAX is from my brother-in-law, Dave Kammeyer, who's a pilot, software engineer, and deep thinker. All right, well, if you say so, then let's go get the brother-in-law, Dave Kammeyer, to tell us what the heck's going on. And so he joins us now. He is also the CEO of Mentality.ai, which is an artificial intelligence company. Dave Kammeyer, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
So how do you respond to what one of your colleagues, at least in flight, Wally Magathan, had to say about Lion Air and about this the controversy surrounding this software system?
Well, I think that's a very reasonable way of looking at it. I think you could say that with enough training, it's probably possible to fly the 737 MAX in a safe manner. We have about 150 of them flying in the U.S., and they haven't crashed yet. So, anything's possible with the right training. And the question is whether that's something that should be certified by the FAA as having the level of safety that's appropriate for a certified commercial aircraft in the U.S.
Yeah, but two have crashed in the past, within 5 months of each other. And even, the pilots union at American Airlines, they said, 1 hour on an iPad is not enough. They need a simulator. Don't you agree?
I do agree with that. I think that anytime you're looking at a safety system, that safety system is built out of layers. And there's a hazardous condition with the Boeing 737 MAX. It can do something to you that the 737 NG, the previous version, can't do to you. It has a new way of killing you. And if you don't have training on that, it's a dangerous situation. It's certainly you would like for that hazardous condition to not exist in the first place. But if it does, training is certainly necessary.
But you suggest it's more than a training problem. You sort of break out the problems surrounding this aircraft into categories: economic problem, airframe problem, systems engineering problem. Start with the economic problem, according to your view.
Yeah, so it's sort of like, but I don't know why she swallowed the fly, right? So the whole story gets started back in 2011, and American Airlines places a big order for A320s. That's the Airbus plane. That's a competitor to the 737. And so Boeing sort of has to scramble to decide what their response is going to be. And they had thought that, maybe they'd do a new airplane, a completely new airplane of the same size as the 737. And they decided that in order to compete with the new A320neo with new engines, that they would make a new version of the 737 with new engines that was more fuel efficient. So that's step one in this saga.
Okay, but then why do you refer to this as an economic problem? The decision they made.
Yeah, sure. So the reason why that's a problem is that they have to figure out how to get those engines on the plane. And in order to make more efficient engines, what you do is you make a bigger fan on the front, and that's fine. But the 737 sits very low to the ground, and so the new engines wouldn't have enough ground clearance, and so they have to come up with a solution. The solution is you move them forward, and then you can move them up on the wings. You kind of rotate them up on the wing, and also that's sort of okay, except that creates some problems with the aerodynamics of the airplane. And so that for kind of technical aerodynamic reasons, that makes the airplane more difficult to handle, especially if you're flying slow or you're flying in a tight turn. And it's different enough that the handling is different enough and the handling is dangerous enough that you wouldn't be able to get that airplane certified without some kind of corrective measure. And so they decided to put in an electronic handling assistance system called MCAS, and that's what we're talking about today. And from there, the problem was that they wanted to get MCAS in and have it be a minimal change to the systems of the 737, because, as you said, they only wanted to have 1 hour of training for all of the pilots. And if you only have 1 hour of training, everything has to be almost exactly the same as the 737NG. And they kind of shoehorned the system in there. And in doing that, they built it with a non-redundant architecture. So there's a single sensor that feeds the MCAS system that decides when to apply this handling correction. And if that sensor fails, which it appears that it did on both of these accident flights, then it can activate and it can push the nose down in a way that the pilot doesn't intend, or if he's not trained on it, doesn't understand.
Wow. So, moving forward, obviously before they let the 737 MAX 8 or MAX 9 go back up in the air, shouldn't all pilots be trained not only on the iPad but in the simulator as well, or do you think they should just ground the fleet entirely?
So I think that it's probably possible to come up with a training program that makes the plane adequately safe. I don't think that from a standpoint of the kind of aviation safety standards we should have for aircraft that are certified by the FAA, that the 737 MAX, the design that it has, should be an airplane that's certified by the FAA. I think that Boeing needs to make some changes, and probably there also needs to be additional pilot training. I think that to solve this in a way that we feel comfortable that we're not going to have another accident, both things need to happen.
But so I just want to explore this a little bit more, whether or not it's your understanding and opinion that it was the software system failure or a training failure, an expertise failure. Another pilot quoted in the James Fallow piece I referenced earlier, who was worked on decades as a crash investigator for NASA, FAA, Airline Pilots Association. He told Fallows, MCAS, the software system, not supposed to be operative with the autopilot engaged. Further, when MCAS operates, it will move the pitch trim wheel. Neither report of the two crashes discusses any unwanted trim motion. Ergo, this doesn't represent an actual MCAS malfunction. It would actually have been useful to know whether this crew made any maintenance logbook entries about this incident. The report also discusses the auto throttle malfunction, which has no bearing on MCAS. There's no relationship between them. So just going back again, are we zeroing in on training, on software, or is it something that's more problematic holistically with the plane?
Well, sure. And I can't speak to that report specifically. It certainly appears to me, based on the information that's been released on the Lion Air flight and more limited information that we have from the Ethiopian flight, that it's certain that the MCAS activated on the Lion Air flight, and it looks almost certain that it did on Ethiopian. We'll find out probably a little bit more of that in the coming days and weeks. So I think that we can be fairly confident that MCAS itself is the problem, and an inadvertent activation of that system is the problem. I think what we don't know is exactly why that happened. It's something to do with these angle of attack sensors, but I think the precise failure that caused that wrong angle of attack information to be sent to the flight computer, the jury's still out on that for sure.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So yeah, go ahead.
So I'm just trying to understand. So I'm a private pilot, like little Cessna Skyhawk. So this is worlds apart, but I'm just trying to make sense of this and see if I can put this in layman's terms. So when you do your private pilot training, as you of course know, is you do purposeful stalls, so you know how to get out of a stall, and you nose up until the propeller stops and then recover. So if you're going into a stall like these planes apparently did, how is it that the pilots, I know this is more complicated systems, huge planes, it's not so easy. You don't have a flight instructor sitting next to you like I did, at least initially. But how is it that they don't recognize that they're at a pitch that's going to induce a stall, or if a stall is induced, that they can't recover?
Sure. There's two scenarios here. One is the scenario that MCAS was designed to address. And so what that is that when you do a stall, in a Cessna, that happens because you bring the nose up very high.
Right.
And what happened with the change on the engines on the 737 MAX was that if you brought the nose up not quite so high, so if we're talking about angle of attack, it's usually you think about you stall at about 18 degrees, depending on the plane. And if you brought the nose up on the 737 MAX more than about 12 or so, it would have a tendency to actually want to climb further and bring you into a more stalled condition. And so they call that negative dynamic stability. And FAA won't certify a plane that has negative dynamic stability or negative stick forces in that case. That the plane kind of wants to go out of control. It would be the same thing in a car, it's like oversteering. So what MCAS is supposed to do is it has this little sensor on the side of the plane that detects when you're going over 10 or 12 degrees of angle of attack. And when it detects that, it gives you a little nudge. It pushes the yoke a little bit forward, and it does that through the trim system so that it brings you back to stable flight. So that's the intention. The problem comes in when that sensor gives an incorrect reading, and it tells the computer that it's about to stall, and that computer then sort of pushes the nose down, and it still thinks that it's going to stall over and over and over again and keeps pushing the nose down. And if the pilots don't arrest that, it'll push the nose down until they hit the ground.
And if you're just taking off when that happens, then you don't have the time to recover, even if you recognize what's happening by looking at the altimeter or something.
Right, and so in both of these cases, too, there's another kind of wrinkle about how this system operates. It only operates in certain circumstances. So it only operates when the plane is being hand-flown. It doesn't operate when it's on autopilot. And it only operates when the flaps are up. And the flaps are something that in most aircraft you use on takeoff and on landing. And so if you have a failure in the sensor for the entire flight, which it appears on both of these accident flights that both of them did, then they got up to, 1,000 feet or so. And just like normal, they retracted the flaps. As soon as they retracted the flaps, the little light inside the computer came on and said, "Okay, I'm active." And it started pushing the nose down, and then the pilots had to deal with it.
I see. Very interesting. Dave Kammeyer is the CEO of Mentality.ai, an artificial intelligence company, pilot, software engineer. Thanks so much for your time. Your brother-in-law was right in terms of you explaining this, so we appreciate your time and insights. Thanks so much.
Thanks for having me on.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Hey guys, Ken here from the award-winning podcast Today's Growth. If you had to choose sides, which camp would you rather be in? Would you rather have time and no money, or money and no time? Did you know that 95% of U.S. adults by choice have settled into these categories? Much more interesting is that 1 out of 20 people have built their life around achieving simultaneous control of both time and money. What choices did these 5% make that the others didn't? My friends at Income Store have shown both households and businesses how to build second, third, and even fourth revenue streams for the express purpose of gaining control of time. When it comes to helping folks create their next revenue model, both Forbes and Inc. recommend Income Store as a can't miss. Could your household or business use an additional revenue model that doesn't solely depend on you? If so, you need to check out IncomeStore.com. That's IncomeStore.com.
It's March, and for many of us, it means allergy season. And our friends at Balance of Nature have an incredible Madness in March discount that you want to take advantage of that I'll tell you about in just a second. But first, I've got to tell you about Balance of Nature. Think of it this way. 10 servings of fruits and veggies in a single capsule. No dyes or preservatives. And we all know how important getting your daily dose of fruits and veggies is, especially when it comes to staying healthy this spring. Don't wait until you start feeling sick to take Balance of Nature. Boost your immune system now, just like I'm doing. And get Balance of Nature today. I've spent time with Dr. Douglas Howard, the founder and creator of Balance of Nature. He showed me the emails, played the voicemails from real people who are taking Balance of Nature and are feeling better and living happier and healthier lives. And that can be you. And today only, when you go to balanceofnature.com, use promo code AmyJ3, all one word, AMJ, the number 3, and you'll receive 15% off any first preferred order of Balance of Nature. Again, use promo code AmyJ3, all one word, when you visit balanceofnature.com or call 800-246-8751.
Safety. It's so important at your industrial facility. You need to keep your personnel safe and meet OSHA requirements. One problem with your ladders, platforms, or safety guards, and you could be facing costly fines. Vans Industrial helps you meet OSHA standards to keep your employees safe.
Hi, I'm Dave Van Camp, president of Vans Industrial. As a business owner, I realize the importance of keeping my employees safe, and I'm here to offer my expertise. Vans Industrial is a specialty contractor uniquely equipped to design, fabricate, and install safety equipment, including walkways, handrails, stairways, and machinery guards. Our Vans Industrial team can inspect existing systems, engineer solutions, fabricate quality goods, and install them with trained pros, all making a safer environment for your employees.
Vans uses only the best and safest union-trained mechanics, insured at the highest level, to perform the job right. Call 833-VANS-IND. That's 833-VANS-IND. Or on the web at vansindustrial.com.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest-growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Chuck Spaveri, CEO of Spaveri's Custom Counters, a Chicagoland manufacturer of residential and commercial countertops. If there's a local commercial bank who knows how to get a deal done, it's Signature Bank. When my brother and I needed it, Signature Bank came through with a creative financing solution. That's because Signature Bank has experience working with companies like ours, a second-generation, family-owned and operated manufacturer. Our business matters to Signature Bank, and that comes through in every visit and every phone call with their team, right up to the bank's co-founders, Kevin, Mick, and Brian. Spaveri's is proud to bank with Signature Bank.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. To learn more about turning your business vision into reality, visit signaturebank.bank. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
AM 560, The Answer.
You know, this spat that's going on between Kellyanne Conway's husband and President Trump. I mean,
she's torn between two men, Kellyanne.
Well, I think she's going to have to make a decision, her husband or her boss. I mean, President Trump recently tweeted, George Conway, often referred to as Mr. Kellyanne Conway by those who know him, is very jealous of his wife's success and angry that I, with her help, didn't give him the job he so desperately wanted. What job did he want?
Oh.
No, I barely know him, but just take a look at a stone-cold loser in capital letters and a husband from hell, ! So she's going to, she's torn between two lovers.
Wow.
Mary McGregor.
Yes, she's now 70-year-old.
Yeah.
Listen to the song.
And it was matinee idol in Amy's day.
I have this 45. I'm glad to know that
How
she's
old
still
are you? I have this
I don't-
45, something that Justin doesn't understand. He has no idea what the hell you're talking about. By the way, George Conway, not just jealous of Kellyanne's success, but also her thin physique. Have you seen that guy?
Yeah, he'd crush her in bed.
Ooh, gross.
You know what? Let's go back to torn between two lovers.
I think here's how she should decide.
What?
Whoever has the lower BMI. How about that?
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Tony Preckwinkle concedes the Chicago mayor's race at 8:38.
And who wants a Robert Mueller onesie? But first, let's get into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
42 degrees, and you are dealing with some light rain showers out there this morning. It's had an impact on that morning commute. In for Jim Alverde is along in just a moment with an update on how the travel times have gone up. Migrant families are being held near the southern border for a few months, are now going to be released by Customs and Border Protection officials. CPB officials saying the agency is being forced to release immigrant families because detention centers for those who cross the border illegally are filling up. The Department of Transportation's Inspector General is being asked by Secretary Elaine Chao to audit the FAA's approval of the troubled Boeing 737 MAX 8 jetliner fleet. The U.S. joined the rest of the world in grounding that fleet after 2 deadly international crashes in less than 5 months. A state of emergency is being declared for much of Nebraska as record flooding there has crippled the region. 3 people have died. Vice President Mike Pence toured the area yesterday.
It's just the best of America. I mean, this shows the heart and the heartland when hard times strike. It shows the character and the compassion of our communities.
The European Commission this morning fining Google roughly $1.5 billion for antitrust violations related to its search ad brokering. World securities markets are down as investors take profits ahead of this afternoon's Fed announcement on interest rates. German stocks are being dragged down by Bayer's worst day in 16 years. Man accused of killing a McHenry County Sheriff's deputy earlier this month is due in a Rockford federal courtroom today. Floyd Brown, the suspect, was wanted on warrants out of Champaign, McLean, and Sangamon counties. The head of the Chicago Police Union is accusing Cook County State's Attorney Kim Foxx of interfering in the investigation of actor Jussie Smollett. Kevin Graham has sent a letter to the Justice Department with his concerns. College sports are Chicago sports and college hoops. Loyola lost to Creighton 70-61 in round 1 of the NIT. Play-in games for the NCAA tournament. Fairleigh Dickinson and Belmont move on with wins. The news, a service of Farmers Insurance. At Farmers Insurance, they know every windshield collision has a unique sound. Beetle, bird poop, drone. Seen it, covered it, talk to farmers. 8:34, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher has had it with the mainstream media.
One of the things the media will not cover is the rash of attacks that are taking place against Trump supporters, against people who wear MAGA hats.
The media's role right now is so appalling.
Don't pretend you're an objective journalist when you are in the tank for the Democrats.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer. Do you own or run a thriving business in the Chicagoland area? Have you overcome obstacles to make your business what it is today? If that's your business, then AM 560 wants to tell your story on the AM 560 Business Tour, presented by Signature Bank. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson will be broadcasting live from businesses all around Chicagoland, telling success stories of thriving, successful businesses. Hey, if that's you, tell us about it. Visit 560theanswer.com/business and submit your information. That's 560theanswer.com/business.
On April 5th, don't miss The Best of Enemies, starring Academy Award nominee Taraji P. Henson.
I play Ann Atwater, a civil rights activist who was able to approach hate with love.
And Academy Award winner Sam Rockwell.
All the better is you don't get my way.
Well, I'm gonna get in your way.
If you change one heart, you can change the world.
I have a Bible.
And then you ought to know, same God made you, made me.
The Best of Enemies, based on the untold true story. Rated PG-13. May be inappropriate for children under 13. In theaters April 5th.
If you need anything from a simple home repair to a major remodel, you need to know about Home Advisor. It's a totally free service that instantly connects you with top local service pros.
Home Advisor is a very easy way to find a home contractor, and for me, it's the only way.
You can use Home Advisor for everything. Your house cleaning, your painting.
Electricians, plumbers, handymen. We've had nothing but fabulous every single time.
Just select the type of work you need done, and Home Advisor's ProFinder technology instantly finds top pros in your area. You can read customer reviews of the pros, even use their cost guide to find out what hundreds of other repair and improvement projects cost in your area.
I think everybody should use Home Advisor. In fact, I tell everybody to use Home Advisor.
Home Advisor is a total solution to any type of work you would ever want to do around your house.
And best of all, it's completely free. Go to homeadvisor.com or download the free app.
Home Advisor.
8:37. Check on the roads. Let's get an update from the AM 560 Traffic Center. In for Jim, here's Al.
Here's a look at traffic. On the Edens inbound, it's 23 minutes, Lake Cook to the Kennedy Junction, and 34 back out to Lake Cook. Kennedy in an hour 14 to downtown, 50 back out to O'Hare. On the Eisenhower, the inbound trips an hour 9 to the Circle, 63 back out to 390. Stevenson in an hour 2 to Lakeshore Drive, 48 back out to 355. And Dan Ryan is 45 into downtown from 95th. No outbound delays. 57 inbound, very heavy from 111th to the Ryan, about 29 in from 80. Bishop Board inbound sluggish from the Stony Island feeder to the Ryan, about 43 minutes in from 8094. That's traffic. I'm Al Verdi on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, and your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center. Little morning rain and then heavier showers for the afternoon. We'll top out at 47. Currently 43. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas, best beans, best roast, best coffee.
No. The great news about Lori Lightfoot's mayoral victory is Chicago has once again proved Randy Newman wrong. Short people do have a reason to live. It's to lord over the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois. And Lori Lightfoot, again, is under the Yosemite Sam arm that you have to pass through to get on the American Eagle, and so she can be mayor of Chicago, and she's going to be.
Yeah, because you've declared victory for her, because yesterday Toni Preckwinkle canceled all of her TV ads just 2 weeks ahead of the mayoral election. And why did she do that, Dan? What union backed down? Who said no more money for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's over. She's the SEIU, the Purple People Beaters, the Toni Preckwinkle sponsor for her 3 decades in office, turned off the money spigot. It doesn't matter. They can't outspend Lori anymore anyway because of the consolidation of establishment support around her. The race is over. I mean, it's funny because I think there's a debate coming up on Monday. They've got like 3 or 4 debates left. What's the point? I mean, I guess if Lightfoot, it's just for them to make amends and, I don't know, Lightfoot to be gracious. This race is over and done. It will be a blowout. Now, because of the intense dislike of Queen Sugar and the sort of, herstory that Lori Lightfoot is going to make, you may still get the $100,000 or so bump in turnout. So you get the 35, 37% turnout. But Lori Lightfoot's going to win this at least 60-40, probably 2-1.
Well, just so you know, Toni Preckwinkle, she's not officially throwing in the towel. She said when asked about why you halted your commercials, she said, well, we're making strategic decisions to put us in the best place to win the campaign. But her campaign manager said that they hope to have the ads back up and running soon because she got the endorsement yesterday from West Side politicians and pastors, and she thinks that they're going to cough up money to put her TV commercials back up on the screen.
Right. Danny Davis and the West Side Pastors are going to, which, by the way, was the name of my soul group in college. They're going to cough up money. I don't know how to break this to Queen Sugar. Has she not been paying attention? West Side politicians and the storefront pastors, they receive money.
Yeah.
They don't give money. So that's not going to happen. This is a strategic decision. It's called a strategic surrender. That's what's happening here. So are you excited about Lori Lightfoot being the next mayor of the city of Chicago? Because that's what's going to happen. And what is it you're looking forward to her doing? Again, you must choose from what she's actually suggested she would do. You can't say, I'm looking forward to her cutting taxes, because she's not going to do that, and she hasn't proposed doing that. So it's got to be within the 4 corners of something she's proposed. So here are some of your choices.
Oh, the hotel tax to benefit artists.
That's one.
Okay.
You can be excited about that. Legalizing dope and sending dopes to some new casinos. Marshall Plan for minority neighborhoods. moratorium on charter schools, keeping the political handcuffs on the police, tiering, graduating property taxes. Yeah, so that's 6 or 7 things right there. What do you think? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 646-368, turnkey.pro text line. Are you excited for a new day dawning? Shining the light foot in a new direction.
Well, yesterday she launched her closing ad, and it was a lighthearted one featuring her 13-year-old daughter who was waving and dancing and being goofy in the background. And here's that ad.
I'm Lori Lightfoot, and I'm running for mayor for our daughter's future and all Chicago's children. That's why nothing will distract me from bringing real change to Chicago by breaking the grip of Ed Burke and the corrupt political machine, focusing on public safety in every neighborhood, investing in our local schools, and making sure families can afford to stay in the city. The politics of the past haven't served us.
It's time to bring in the light.
Cute.
And then she devoured that child.
No, her daughter wanted to be in a political ad the whole time, so they put her in one at the end.
Tony Preckwinkle is going to counter with an ad, if she gets it back in the air, of her 37-year-old son that has had restraining orders issued against him for getting into fights with neighbors and the like.
Stop. He still lives at home, doesn't he?
Bring in the Preck. Okay. It is fun. I'm going to miss this tandem in the runoff because it's like Schwarzenegger and DeVito and twins. It's like, hey, it's like I'm looking into a mirror.
Mutt and Jeff. Well, what did one caller call and say? What kind of suits are they wearing?
Oh yeah, what he likes about Lori Lightfoot is the Joe Pesci line of suits that she's bringing, that she's repopularizing. I agree with that. No, it is nice to see.
It's the Lisa Madigan fashion line. I mean, those suits do come in smaller sizes.
No, Lisa,
and you can get them tailored.
No, Lisa Madigan would wear the like ankle length skirt suits. These are pantsuits and comfortable shoes. Because you want to be comfortable when you're extracting money from people.
Hey, you try wearing heels. It's hard, okay? It's hard to shake down people when you're wearing 9-inch stilettos, all
Don't
right?
tell Nancy Pelosi that. Ed in LaGrange, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, good morning, guys. I'm looking forward to Lori Lightfoot being mayor because Kim Foxx will start looking for a new job next year.
That's interesting.
If Preckwinkle's not there to back her up, she's not going to have the backing of the committeeman or anybody like that. So I think she's gone.
That is a possibility. Thanks for the call, although it's not next year because Preckwinkle's not up until 22, right?
Yeah.
Didn't she
so
just
she's
win?
going to protect her friend. Yeah, she did.
Yep. She's
and Bob Fioretti was her only challenger.
Right. She won re-election in 18, so she's not up to 22. But yeah, that's a good point, and I think it's one of the reasons the police, in particular, rolled in with Lightfoot. And what are you going to do with Preckwinkle, right? You got to go with Lightfoot. She's going to win. They know that too. They can read tea leaves. But one thing that was mentioned to me that I just find hysterical, and it shows you the level of delusion here. One of the rationales, the police, and I'm a proponent of the police, but nobody gets a pass here, especially if they're saying silly things. One of the rationales I understand from police for supporting Lightfoot, well, she'll protect our pensions, save our pensions. Lori Lightfoot has no plan to deal with police and fire pensions that are less than 25% funded, that are death spiraling, that are going to be insolvent in a matter of a few years. She has no plan. So the takeaway from those who are committed to hope triumphing over experience is because she has no plan to reduce our benefits, no plan to save, to change the system going forward, and also no plan to deal with the unfunded liabilities, that means somehow the pensions are going to be saved. Math is suspended because she's not proposing to structurally reform pensions on a go-forward basis at all. I mean, that's just fascinating logic to me. Okay. Greg in Jefferson Park, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning. Speaking of pensions, how about the firemen supporting her, too?
And, my take is for a new hotel tax, because we need all those conventioneers paying more money to us than they currently do, so that we can give more money to artists, like the starving artists who make an average of $190,000+ a year at CSO, and also want a defined pension or defined benefit pension, just like their City of Chicago brothers. Do you see the slugs going for them? The drooler, Bobby Rush down there with the rest of these clowns. I'm telling you, man, you can't make this stuff up.
Thanks for the call, Greg.
Level of decorum, please. Hello.
I think I do, though. Look, whatever the artists demand from the public offers, that's the most important thing we could do.
People will take their convention somewhere else if they raise the hotel tax. Come on.
No, but we got the casinos.
Oh, well.
So we'll tax you, and then
we can get stoned and then go to the casino. Okay, Dan?
Preferably. Yeah, we'd like your judgment to be as reckless as possible. Or as cloudy as possible. Don in Bloomingdale.
The inevitable blue shot to the state of Illinois is fine with me. The more the merrier. There's no way to fix this thing. There's no way to turn it around. The only thing to do is kill the beast and then see what happens. Dan, I was going to call you the other day. This is the greatest thing. I got a $4.60 certified letter yesterday from the state of Illinois saying my business owes them $30. And they want it by the end of the month instead of quarterly for my withholdings.
Uh-huh.
So, I mean, they're desperate. They're spending money to get pennies. It's ridiculous.
They're going to make that up on volume, Don. Don't you see? Thanks for the call. Yeah, that's what the problem is in this state.
What?
Guys like Don from Bloomingdale are shortchanging the state $30. We're
coming for you.
That's the problem. It's not. I know it's not the politicians' problems. Oh boy.
And just think, if Tony Preckwinkle would have won, they would have appointed a Daley to the Cook County Board president.
Yeah, and there was a lot of rumors, too. We'll see how this plays out, because he just endorsed Lightfoot. There were some rumors that, and this is all the stuff of conspiracy theories, but since we're in the make-believe land, why not? Jerry Joyce gets into the race to take votes away from Daley, which he did in the 19th Ward, and Jerry Joyce's reward would be Tony Preckwinkle moves him into the state's attorney's office when she moves Kim Foxx to, I don't know, Cook County Board president when she retires, or some other sinecure Senate when Durbin retires or something. But that was going to be the musical chairs. Now, just last week, Jerry Joyce endorsed Lightfoot. So I just wonder if something else is afoot, if Lightfoot is really going to go headhunting after political opponents and try to move somebody in and move somebody against Kim Foxx when she's up for re-election. And would Jerry Joyce factor into that somehow, right? He was briefly at the state's attorney's office, and this could be, something for him and for, the South Siders. So we'll see how this parcels out. But I mean, the idea, I love the hope over experienced people. I really do. I love the eternal optimists, particularly in Chicago, who say, please beat me some more. Because I think if you do it enough, I'm going to start to feel good. But maybe just pump the brakes a little bit with the Lightfoot train, and to see exactly what you're going to get from her. Because it's going to be very interesting to see what she does in her first 90 days, which will really set the tone for the next 4 years and indicate whether or not anything of substance is going to change in the city. And it's the substance that's the problem, not the fun symbolism of checking identity politics boxes, which is what the Chicago Press Corps will, of course, obsess about.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Another school year is about to wrap up, and you need to start thinking about what activities your son or daughter will be involved with during summer break. You want them to have fun this summer, but at the same time have some structure to be prepared for the next school year. Introduce them to St. John's Northwestern Experience in the beautiful Lake Country region of southeast Wisconsin with Summer OPS. Opportunities for personal success. 5 intensive weeks of learning and training. Young men and women grades 7 to 12 get an opportunity to advance academically in the structured and supportive environment of a military boarding school, and at the same time, be involved in an exciting summer adventure camp that inspires personal growth through a commitment to excellence in academics, leadership skills, spiritual and character development, and athletics and wellness. Camp St. John's Northwestern for your son or daughter with full boarding or day camp programs. Get more info at 1-800-SJ-CADET. That's 1-800-SJ-CADET or online at sjnma.org. That's sjnma.org.
Yeah, we had a pillow fight last night with my friend from Christchurch, New Zealand, and my other friend from Utrecht. Got out the My Pillows and had a good time. And why you should get a My Pillow? Well, it is the best.
Anybody pull a muscle or break a hip? Oh my goodness.
When we fell onto a My Pillow. My Pillow is the best. I really can't sleep without mine. And they still have the 4-pack offer. 2 premium pillows, 2 Go Anywhere pillows, all for the price of 1 plus free shipping. And have you heard about their Giza cotton sheets? It's the finest cotton from near the Mediterranean and the Nile River. It's ultra soft, breathable, extremely durable. It keeps you cool at night. And the pillowcase is 21 inches wide. I'm sure this is important to you, Dan. And the deep pocket sheets fit any mattress. And once you sleep on them, you won't want to sleep on anything else. They are the real deal. So go to MyPillow.com and get 30% off those Giza sheets, the pet beds, which you can throw in the washer and dryer, and those mattress toppers. And to get the Giza sheet 30% off and free shipping or any other great deal, go to MyPillow.com and type Amy, AMY, in that promo code, or simply call 800-489-0201, MyPillow.com. Promo code Amy.
This is Dr. Howard, founder and formulator of Balance of Nature. We're changing America, one life at a time.
I've probably been on it 2 years now, and it's been, honestly, a godsend. After you're on it for a while, you tend to forget the aches and pains and things that was going on in your body and your life. Before you started taking Balance of Nature, I get up, I go up and down the stairs, no pain. Hey, you know what? Thank goodness for Balance of Nature.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself by using discount code CHICAGO. The price of fruits and vegetables is going up. Call now to see how you can lock in your price of fruits and vegetables for an entire year and get free shipping on every order. Call 800-246-8751. That's 800-246-8751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and use discount code CHICAGO.
Don't you just love it when you find a $100 bill inside a jacket that you haven't used for ages? It's a terrific feeling. Imagine finding hundreds of dollars in the papers that are sitting in your filing cabinet, desk, or boxes up in your attic. That old 401k paperwork from the job before last, the one you forgot about. That money is sitting there gathering financial dust when it could be working much harder in a precious metals IRA. My friends at Noble Gold can see if you qualify, and they'll do all the heavy lifting for you, making you thousands, and it could cost you nothing. Give Noble Gold a call at 877-646-5347 or text my name, Mike G, to 511-511 and get their free investor's guide. Plus, for all qualified IRAs above $20,000, they'll also include a complimentary rare graded Morgan silver dollar valued at $150. Just go to noblegoldinvestments.com or text Mike G to 511-511 or call 877-646-5347 today.
Individual results may vary. Invest wisely. Standard text rates may apply.
Hi, this is Amy Jacobson. Spring is going to be here soon, and it's the perfect time to take notice of any paint issues. Call the professionals at CertaPro Painters right away to take care of your home. Our front porch and back porches were chipping and peeling, just an eyesore. But CertaPro Painters swooped in and made a huge difference. They also painted a majority of our rooms in our house, the quality, service, and attention to detail like no other paint company. You know, spring is the season of change. Time to change your wall color or exterior and transform your home with an updated new look. And if you want some help with colors, they've got you covered with in-home color consultation or online with a color visualizer. Don't put it off. Time to hire CertaPro Painters, your residential and commercial painting expert. Schedule a free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, or call 1-800-GO-CERTA. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. CertaPro Painters, we do painting, you do life.
My name is David Hochberg at Team Hochberg. If you're credit challenged, Team Hochberg has a special offer. Credit enhancement expert Gary Novell has taught me everything I know about credit and has helped thousands of radio listeners enhance their credit. If your credit is prohibiting you from purchasing a home or refinancing your existing home, Gary will help. Here's how it works. Call Team Hochberg now at 855-56-DAVID and we'll introduce you to Gary Novell. Invest in yourself by hiring Gary to enhance your credit, and Team Hochberg will refund Gary's fee when Team Hochberg closes your loan. If you'd like a professional to enhance your credit so you could purchase a home or refinance your existing home, call the local mortgage experts on Team Hochberg now at 855-56-DAVID or visit 56david.com. Team Hochberg has helped thousands of AM 560 listeners, but we can't help if you don't call 855-56-DAVID. That's 855-56-DAVID or visit 56david.com.
Homeside Financial Equal Housing Lender, Illinois Residential Mortgage Licensee, MB 66761019, NMLS 1124061.
AM 560, The Answer.
Stay tuned. Coming up for Sean from Homewood Park's podcast at 9 o'clock, where you'll get expert insights into the Bob Kraft case from
No, God!
somebody
No,
knows.
God, please, no!
Yeah, no, you're going to get him. It's somebody that knows a lot about massage parlors.
Oh, my God. And he just walked in here, and it smells so bad. The stench is, my eyes are burning. Where did he get that cologne?
And it has nothing to do with smoke. It's not cigars.
Allegedly.
He allegedly knows a lot about massage parlors.
Oh, my
There you
gosh.
go.
Today, we have a big game. What are you doing at 4:15 today, Dan?
All kinds of things that
Going-
do not
you're
include
gonna
going to
go-
your game.
You're going to go to Nettle Horse because we have a big game. Last time we played them, we went into double overtime. And I'm going to have to give them the talk, if you know what I mean.
We're way past big speech time. I want to thank you for the last few months.
6 months.
It's been very special for me. Anybody have anything they want to say? Yeah. Let's win this and for all the small schools who never had a chance to get here.
Plains in a small school.
Sure we are now.
I want to win
And it's
for my
girls.
dad.
Yeah, even better.
Let's win for Coach.
Let's win
Who
for
got us here.
the boys.
Thank you. I love you guys.
In a gender neutral kind of way. That is a desecration of Hoosiers, by the way.
No, it's not.
It's terrible.
Let's-
But this is like a second round game. You're so
No,
like
this
you're
is
so
the Elite
dramatic.
Eight. This is the Elite Eight because this is a big game. If anybody, Nettle
You started
Horse,
out at the Sweet 16,
right?
so that's the second round game.
Exactly. It's going to be good, and we'll let you know the results tomorrow. Thanks so much for making us part of your morning. Thanks to Justin Kosick, who is our technical producer, and Quinn McCarthy. What job should we give him today?
FAA crash investigator.
See you back here at 5 a.m. Now here is Mike Scott.
A serial stowaway given probation. Morning rain showers expected. WIND Chicago News Time.